afternoon. How you guys doing?
Great.
Good. So first of all, welcome and congratulations in starting, being accepted to the MBA program and starting your MBA. How many? I'm just curious. How many of you are Drexel alum? Okay, a handful. Good, excellent. To the rest of you, welcome to Drexel. I think you'll find it's an exciting place. It's an exciting program. So you are embarking on a journey, and you will. It's a big commitment. One of the things I admire is a lot of you are doing something I never did, which was I used to work for General Electric a long time ago, and then I went to graduate school after that. I never mixed the two. I know many of you are mixing the two, and so whether you're doing this on a full-time or part-time basis, however you're doing it, it's a major undertaking, balancing family and school and potentially work. So it's a lot. It's a big commitment. I hope you're ready to work hard because it is hard work. But the good news is I think you'll find it extremely rewarding. You're going to go through the program and you are going to find times where you're questioning yourself. Why am I doing this? And then you're going to have days where you think, oh my God, this is the greatest thing I've ever done. So just sort of go in expecting that. You're going to have ups and downs. That's the nature of graduate school. And keep in mind that what you're doing is investing in yourself and in your future. And you will see the payoff. You put in the effort, you put in the time, you will see a huge payoff to this. A couple things I want to emphasize. One is that myself and Carmita and our entire group of faculty and staff, we are here to support you. So don't forget that. The one piece of advice that I would give to any student at any level is don't try to do this by yourself. So you are going to be going through this experience with cohorts of people. Take advantage of not only the students, your fellow students in your cohorts, but take advantage of the faculty and staff as well that are here to really add tremendous value to your experience outside of the classroom. Obviously, you're with faculty in the classroom all the time, but engaging with faculty and staff outside of the classroom can add tremendous value to the entire experience. So when I say don't go it alone, it's working with your classmates, it's working with faculty and staff. There are an incredible number of activities and opportunities for you to engage with people here on campus and off campus. Take advantage of that. Some of this stuff is going to be essentially required. It's part of the professional development associated with your program. A lot of it appears as optional, but the more you put in, the more you will get out. Okay, so make sure you fully engage with that. I want to talk briefly about our curriculum. So we have a new curriculum in the MBA program, and I want to talk about kind of what some of the goals and objectives and what we were thinking when we built it. And so let me start by we started. It took a long time. Let me just say that. Maybe I'll just leave it at that. It took a long time. But what we were really thinking about when we did this is the fact that the world is changing, I think really at a pace that is perhaps unprecedented. So if you look at, and I'm sure many of you experience this if you're currently working. So, the business world is being transformed by technology at a pace that we've really probably never seen. I truly believe that if we look back on this experience, 40 years from now, we look back on this period of time, it's going to look a little bit like, the introduction of electricity, the introduction of the automobile, and then this. And what's happening is technology is transforming the very structure of industry. It's transforming the structure of firms. I'm an economist, by the way, so I think this stuff's all kind of cool. It's changing how we conduct business internally. It's also changing dramatically how firms interact with their customers. And so, because we see this happening, when we set out to build this MBA program, we thought about what are the skills that you are going to need to be successful in that world that's transforming rapidly. And so when we talk to firms about what they're looking for in our graduates, one of the first things we always hear is problem solving. We need people who solve problems. And if you think about it, and you probably have these experiences, I mean, that's what's happening out there. Companies, so think about the firms who have been around for a long time in particular. Think about the problems they face due to technological change. The things that we're seeing in waves are companies coming in saying, I'm paraphrasing, but basically they're saying, due to technology, we have all this data that we didn't used to have before. We know that if we use it properly, we can do a lot better, we can be a lot more profitable, but they don't quite know what to do. That's one thing we're seeing, where firms are coming to universities and saying, well, what can we do? And do you have students that we can hire that can help us? The other is, as I alluded to earlier, interacting with their customers. So customer experience is another place where the world is transforming at a rapid pace, and we see, again, firms coming and saying, we need solutions to how to deal with these changes. So the things that we thought about in designing this curriculum aimed at how can we do a better job of providing solutions to today's business challenges. Interdisciplinary focus is often key. So historically, business schools have not really promoted courses outside of business schools. We've made that a possibility now, right? So, and this is relatively new at Drexel. I want to be clear about that. Just a couple of years now, this idea of graduate minors. So some of you may have industries that you're really interested in, and you may have the option, you may have the ability to do a minor focused on that industry. And you might pair that with a business discipline like marketing or finance. So you can really focus on issues and problems that you see. And again, you know, the idea of really developing your problem-solving skills is really important. So we've introduced a course at the beginning of your program, near the beginning of your program, focused on problem-solving. And then throughout the experience, giving you the chance to apply those skills so that when you're leaving here, you're going to feel like you're really ready to systematically attack business problems. And then the other component that is really important is sort of the leadership skills. And so we've thought carefully about things like team. Again, these are, when we talk to firms, these are things they're looking for. People that can communicate clearly, work well in teams. You know, people who are really good at setting goals. And so this whole sort of leadership theme that we've woven through the program. So these all sort of align with our basic approach to thinking about education. Business education going forward is going to be more and more about academic institutions and industry partnering, and partnering around developing solutions to the problems that are emerging due to technological change. So these are the things that we had in mind as we thought through what an MBA program should look like. And we think that we've introduced some elements which are you know, really exciting and really targeted. And so I think you're going to have a tremendous experience. What else did I want to mention to you? You're going to find on campus that there's quite kind of a buzz going around campus. We have our largest freshman class ever entering this fall, so you're going to see lots of people running around, that's why. LeBeau in particular, we're having a big year in terms of enrollment, so the building's going to seem kind of hectic when you're here. So our graduate enrollment is really strong this year. We have a great new DBA program we're really excited about that launched this year. And again, that's another example of what we're doing with this idea of really integrating research, industry, and teaching. So these are students who have been working in industry for a long time, are coming back because they have seen things changing rapidly. They want to develop the research skills to study these problems. And so this is a 3-year Doctor of Business Administration program, but it's very much in line with this idea that we've embedded into the MBA, right? The importance of solving problems. So these are some of the things happening this year at Drexel and at LeBeau. I've been here 20 years. There has not been a more dynamic time than right now. And actually, I'll end with this before I get to really important announcements. You could not have picked a better time to study business. I congratulate you on your timing. I mean, it's what I've been talking about, the fact that the world is changing so fast. It couldn't be a better time to study business. And that's part of the buzz you're going to feel in the building when you're here. That's why there's so much going on. So welcome, congratulations, looking forward to working with you guys. My important announcement is tomorrow at what time?
6.
6 o'clock. So we're going to have a happy hour. Everybody's invited.
You're buying drinks. First or
If
second round.
I will probably come. I will be there. And if you come, I will buy you a drink. So City Tap. City Tap. Okay, 39th and roughly.
In Walnut.
Walnut, something. Okay. So I hope you can make it tomorrow. We will have a very good time. Good luck. I'm on the 12th floor here in this building if you ever want to talk about something. We have a tremendous team of people, as I said earlier. Make sure you take advantage of all the resources here, okay? So, good luck, enjoy. I hope to see you tomorrow at happy hour, okay? Have a great day. Back to Carmita.
Thank you, Dr. Jensen. My name is Carmita Champ. I am the Interim Director for Graduate Student Services. So I manage the graduate programs as well as all things academic behind the scenes as well. So what I am going to do right now is just kind of run through what we're going to kind of discuss, introduce some folks, and let them do their thing. And then we will pretty much kind of break out into smaller groups, depending on kind of who you are and where you are later. So for right now, we are, where are we? We did welcome, so I said welcome, right? All right. In terms of our agenda today and what we're going to be discussing, there are a couple components where we're all going to stay here, and then we're going to break into our individual breakout sessions depending on your program, right? So we have full-time students here, and we have our part-time students who are either part-time here at main campus or online. So show of hands, where are our online MBA students? Welcome to campus. Hopefully it's not your last time in that virtual world. You're always welcome back here. Our part-time students. Main campus. All right. Do we have any Malvern students? No, we're all part-time? Okay. Part-time group, you're in great hands because you have me, Miss Fabulous. Ooh, did I just say that? It must be the shoes. It's cheetah. And then our full-time students. You guys have already started this week. Where are you? Full-timers. Yes. So this is kind of the starting group. There are many more of you guys could not make it here today. Tomorrow, for all of you who are going to be participating in the residency, your first kickoff course, you want to see even more people. We've had a lot of activity all week long, all month long actually, and still this week. I'm like in between a couple of things, and there's a conference here in Philadelphia that I'm staffing as well. So literally I'm leaving from one thing, going to the next. But we're really excited to kind of provide you with resources and with the people and the tools to kind of make all these connections work. Dr. Jensen talked about kind of that long, process that we went through to develop and reshape the MBA curriculum, and pretty much, myself and my colleagues were part of that. So we're pleased that it's finally happening. I'm just grateful that this week is here and we can get through it. And you guys will be saying that as well. We'll talk about that tomorrow at happy hour, because by the time you finish with tomorrow's activities all day, you'll be happy for that drink. So just in terms of introductions, we have Starula Kasermis, who manages our online program as well as our Malvern MBA. So I know there are a few students who are here today, but you're not doing the residency here. You want to partake in the residency at the Malvern campus next weekend. Starula is going to be your go-girl there, your face there at that campus to kind of assist you with anything that you need there. But for online students between Christian, and he's around doing something else too, and Starula, these are pretty much your contact people. We have Rebecca Shepard, and we have Kelsey. Kelsey changed her last name after I just started to remember her first name.
Skick. Hi, I'm Kelsey Skick, everybody.
Kelsey Skick. I called her Chelsea, but it's Kelsey. So once I got that, I realized she changed her last name. Not fair. But so Kelsey and Rebecca are our ladies from Dornsight, right? So they are actually up next to chat with you. Following Dornsight and their kind of conversation with you, we have from Instructional Technology and BB Learn. And I know you guys are probably like, yes, I need to talk to that person about BB Learn and this whole process of getting into my online class and my course companion and reviewing my syllabus. I have some questions. You want to direct those to Alan Hecht, and he'll be after Dornsight with this conversation. And then we'll go into our breakouts. First round is kind of a leadership assessment piece that we have to kind of get through, as well as we're going to do a career services break. So you have a little dot probably on your tag, right? If you have a colored dot, when we get to that breakout session, that's how you're breaking apart. Either you're yellow or blue. Blue dots? Blue. Okay. Drexel colors, come on. We'll break out there. And then finally, we'll have MBA breakout sessions. If you're part-time or online, we'll go through that. An optional tour is at the end, and I hope we don't have to walk a lot. And there's probably a small group, right? Small group that want to do that part? Okay, large group. All right, I got my cheetah girls on. We're gonna walk. We're gonna do this tour, show you around campus and all the construction. So it's gonna be beautiful. All right, Rebecca, Kelsey.
Everyone bear with me here. We switched over to Microsoft OneDrive, and I feel like my mom with her iPhone at every moment now. I cannot figure out how this thing to work. So give me a second.
So while they're doing that, just in case, right? So we are in Jerry C. LeBeau Hall, for those of you who are not familiar with that. And there are a couple of LeBeau buildings here on campus. There's one for engineering and things like that. So you could end up somewhere else for LeBeau, but this is your building. And all of your courses are primarily in this building. If you need to go potty, straight ahead, right? Past the elevators on your right, all right? Your water bottles, you'll want to bring those tomorrow if you're going to be here and have them handy around so you can refill them, right? You want to do this whole green thing. So you have your water bottles for that. Your sunglasses that you picked up, don't take a nap. Okay, but if you're walking with me on a tour, it's probably gonna be bright out, so we'll put our shades on. And then your bag. So this is all the little swag stuff that we kind of put together for you guys. Your bags, I'm gonna tell you this now, do not pack them too heavy, so they're not like real high school backpack types of bags, right? So if you have a stat book and an accounting book, choose which one you're gonna put in the bag. Don't put both of them in the bag, okay? I'm pretty sure they're probably made with recycled material and things too. So they are cute and they are very functional, but they're not like Teflon, grip kind of thing. This could be a problem-solving project as well. How do we make these bags stronger so they last longer, but not cost an arm and a leg? So, MBA students, you'll see these kind of bags all around. Make friends, right? So as we're starting this journey, this pretty much right now is the intro to your expanded network, right? So all of these folks here are here for the same purpose and the same goal, and that's to attain, the MBA. But along the way, you'll see that folks have many, many options, and you guys do have those options. And we'll talk about that, particularly in the breakout session. And the full-time students have already started to talk about those options and what's available in regards to outside of the classroom, right? How do you engage with your peers? How do you engage with other faculty members? How do you make the most out of your experience here? And as you can see, there is a wide range of, beautiful people in this room, and I'm very, very pleased of just, the diversity that I'm seeing, the amount of women that I am seeing, and I'm shouting us out, because typically in business schools and things, it's a very male-dominated, kind of area. And at grad level, it's great to see the difference in terms of the knowledge sharing, right? Because you have a company that's just full of testosterone, it's going to go one way, right? And then if you have one that's just full of estrogen, it's going to go the other way. But you have a healthy balance and a good dose. We're going to get somewhere in between both of those beautiful worlds. And I'm not going to go into the Mars and Venus thing. Don't worry, I won't do that to you guys. But definitely, take advantage of your time here and your experience here, especially in the next couple of days, because, depending on, your individual schedules and things, you may or may not see them the next time around, right? Because they may be just taking one class or, in a different class than what you're scheduled to take. But all in all, are we ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay, good.
We're going to swap. We're going to switch up since we had some technical issues. So
Maybe if we had watched Alan's instructional technologies presentation, we'd be able to pull up a PowerPoint.
They just wanted to save the best for last, I think. So welcome. It is nice to be here. Nice to meet all of you. My name is Alan Hecht, and I manage the instructional technology team for LeBeau College of Business. Before I get into that, I want to describe for you a little bit of the technology landscape that you're coming into here at Drexel University. Drexel, as a university, has technology groups. So they have a group that handles general technology, faculty computers, those sorts of things. They have a group that handles the Drexel website and the websites for a lot of the colleges. And they have a group that handles instructional technology, which just means any technology that's used in the teaching and learning process. At the business college, we recognize that the needs of our faculty and our students are unique from a lot of the rest of the university. Probably Westfall College of Arts and Design feels the same way about their students and faculty because they're teaching to industries that are very vertical. We have faculty and students who use software here at the business college that nobody else in the university uses. So if we wanted to support them, the best way is to have an embedded set of technology personnel here to service the faculty and the students. So the nice thing is that you have custom instructional technology, custom web technology, custom general technology groups here to meet your needs. Now, if you're asking us for something that the central group manages, then we can kind of be your conduit, either get you to the right place, or we can be your advocate and actually email somebody that we know over there and say, hey, can you reset this person's account for them? And they'll typically do it for us. Does that make sense? So instructional technology then is one of the groups here at LeBeau that's also at the university, but we manage, most of what we do is for Blackboard, and now mine have a technology issue. There we go. So we call ourselves in-tech or instructional tech, and we're on the 5th floor of this building. By the way, I was walking in from lunch, and there's a painting of our benefactor. And the two people that I saw walking in said, "Oh, that must be Jerry LeBeau and his wife." And I said, "Actually, it's Bennett LeBeau and his wife Jerry, who passed away a few years ago." So I didn't want you to make that same mistake. So it's Bennett LeBeau and Jerry is his wife. And if you go into the exit that's near the construction, you'll see right there in the lobby area a nice picture of both of them. So we handle Blackboard Learn, and courses that are online, of course, that's how they're taught, is with Blackboard Learn. But a lot of times, even if you take a class that is face-to-face, it is still going to use Blackboard Learn for distributing a lot of the materials in the course. So we call it an LMS. That's short for Learning Management System. There are a lot of them out there. Blackboard is the one that Drexel uses. Every course is basically given its own space within Blackboard Learn. So when you log in, you will see a link for every course that you're taking this term. And there are even links that I'll talk about that are not courses that you're taking, but for instance, Lori and Carmita, they can actually have a shell that they distribute resources to you, but it's not tied to a course. So if you have your midpoint evaluation form, they might throw that in there. Different things like that. So they may just say it's in the resource shell or it's in the MBA program shell, and that's what they mean. It's always good to know the front door of how to get into Blackboard, and that URL is learn.drexel.edu. I see some students will log into Drexel 1, and there's a student tab in there, and it will list your courses, and if you click on them, it will use single sign-on to throw you into Blackboard Learn and open up the particular class that you clicked on. That's great. But if you have a due assignment in a few hours and Drexel 1 is down, I want you to know how you can still get into Blackboard even if Drexel 1 is down. So I prefer going to learn.drexel.edu because it's a little bit faster, and also sometimes you'll get an error message because if you're inactive in Drexel 1, you might be timed out, logged off, and then that's going to affect your Drexel Learn login because the two were connected. So if you know how to get there directly, you're going to be better off. When you go to the page to log in, you're going to use your ABC 123, your initials followed by a number normally. That's your login username, and then it's the same password that you would use for Drexel 1 and for a lot of the other systems here at the university. When you get into the environment, you'll see, like I said, a list of all the courses that you're enrolled in, and then you will also be able to click on them, and then you'll go into what's called the landing page for the course. And normally, there would be announcements right up here. So if there's any announcement from the instructor in the course, they will have it there. You can click on it and read it. They can also push those announcements out to you via email. So if you're checking your Drexel email, then you would get a copy there as well. And then you'll see items on the left. Now, not every course is going to use every element potentially, but we will give the faculty a template in your MBA course and then kind of customize it to what they need. You'll see here that the template says Unit 1, Unit 2, Unit 3, and it says Week 1, Week 2, Week 3. So this is actually a course that meets weeks 1 through 11. And so you'll have a unit folder for each week, but we call them units. And the reason we do that is you know that there are also some classes that you're going to take that will only meet weeks 1 and 2, right? So on those courses, it's going to say Unit 1, Week 1, Unit 2, Week 2, and then that's it. There are other courses that are going to pick up in Week 3. So we wanted to try to simplify it for you. So it might, let's say that you're in one of those courses that starts Week 3 of the term. It's Unit 1, but it's Week 3. So that's what you're going to see. is it will say Unit 1, Week 3. And that way, hopefully, there's no confusion about what you need to complete and when you need to complete it. The unit will be referencing the week of the course since it started, and the week will always reference the week of the term, the quarter at Drexel University. All right, so normally we used to call them 10-week terms, and then there was a final exam week. Now we're just calling them 11-week terms, and your class could meet weeks 1 and 2, weeks 3 through 11, weeks 1 through 11, and your instructor will determine how that last week, week 11, is going to be used if they have it, whether it's going to be a final exam, or a project, or anything like that. Does that make sense? Good, you're already ahead of the game. So once you are in a course, we normally will put the contact information for your faculty, and we try to keep that up to date. So if they would prefer that the cell phone number for them is in there, then we'll update that for them. We'll put their picture in there. And this is the same whether the course is face-to-face meeting or it's online. Because we want you, if it's an online course, to be able to know how to contact your instructor. I always say that with an online course, if a student were to walk past their faculty member on the street, I want them to know who they are. So that's why we'll put a picture up there so that you can see that. And the course syllabus will always be under this course information folder, so that's right on the left. And so there you'll see anything that is what I call overarching, not tied to a specific unit, but for the entire course. So if there are directions for the textbook or how to download the website access card that you need for a textbook, all that information might be here because it doesn't pertain just to week 1 or unit 1, it pertains to the whole term. Okay? And stop me if there are any questions that you have, and there'll be time at the end too if I still didn't cover your question. Oh, by the way, back here, in a lot of the courses, you will see this link called MBA Resource Center. And what we've done is tried to identify topics that we know our courses build upon. So for instance, we don't teach algebra at College of Business, but you might need to know some algebra in terms of some of the calculations that you're going to need to complete in your course. If it's been a while since you had algebra, or maybe you didn't pay attention, that Resource Center will take you to another course that you would see in your list of courses if you log into Blackboard Learn. But that link takes you right into it, and you can actually see that we've put in some topics for accounting and finance, economics, and general math. And so if I were to show you what it looks like inside the economics folder, there are topics here. And so if you don't understand what the law of supply, law of demand, or this one here is market equilibrium, if you don't understand those, we've linked, in some cases it may be a link to some Khan Academy videos, which are a nice, short, very concise set. And we're saying, look, the treatment at Khan Academy or this other website is going to be good enough to get you started understanding this concept. So when you come into the econ class, you're going to understand some of these terms a little bit more than you would if you came in cold. These materials are not required, but they are there. And if you hear something in one of your classes that everybody else around you is nodding their head to and you have no idea what it was, you might want to try to look that up, come in here in the Resource Center and see if you can find it. Does that make sense? We also have, and I don't see it here, so that's my mistake. I think that we're adding some resources on writing, and so citation style and all of those things. So if you aren't sure how to cite something, you'd be able to come into the Resource Center and see what we use as the standard. All right, any questions on that? Okay. Another shell that you have access to that is not a 4-credit course is called the Learn Student Orientation. And it's broken up into like 10 units, but you don't have to take 10 weeks to go through it. I've seen people go through the whole thing in just a couple of hours. And basically what it is a sandbox for you to try a lot of the technology in Blackboard without it being tied to your grade. So you know that you have a test coming up in Blackboard and you want to know what it feels like to take a test before you go into that exam. One of the unit folders in this Learn Student Orientation, and you should all have access to that, will let you take a little 5-question trivia test about Drexel. And then you can get the questions right or wrong. You can kind of see how that works. There's a place where you can post to an online discussion, which I'll talk about in a minute. Or you could submit an assignment and just upload a blank piece of paper from a Word doc, anything. You could just submit anything. But this way, at least you know what that experience is like. And if you have any problems, you can reach out to us. And if it works fine for you, then you know you're all well and prepared for your actual coursework when you will be graded for whatever assignments you turn in. Okay? So as far as browser compatibility goes, you can pretty much use anything. You'll see here as I talk that the Chrome icon will slowly fade away. And that's only because Google Chrome is pretty aggressive in their updates. They don't even tell you when they update it anymore because it's almost every day. It's at least like 2 times a week that seems to be a Google Chrome update. And sometimes those updates are so aggressive that they'll break things. And so you could use Chrome and it's fine. I would just suggest that if anytime Chrome isn't working, you try one of the other web browsers to see if maybe it isn't an issue with Chrome. So you could use on Macintosh, you can use Safari, you can use Firefox. On Windows, you can use the Microsoft products, you can use Firefox. Firefox is actually a good browser to have as your backup because it's pretty consistent on Mac and Windows. And they're also much more compatible. When they do an update, it's much less aggressive than it typically is with Google. So you can use those. There's also an app that you can download to your phone or your tablet. And so the nice thing is I have that app on my phone, and I was doing some work for this presentation, and I added one of my sample users, and I got an alert on my phone that new resources were available to me. So even if a faculty member uploads a new assignment, you might get a notification on your phone, and you can go right in and take a look at that. So that's kind of nice. And how best to get the mobile app is to just go on your mobile device to learn.drexel.edu. And if you scroll down the page, you will see links for both the iOS App Store, Apple's App Store, and the Google Play Store. Okay? So what might a typical course include? First of all, your instructors are going to post resources. So everything from the syllabus. So if you lose your syllabus, you can go 24/7 and get a new copy or look something up. If the instructor makes an alteration to the schedule in the syllabus, where are they going to post it but to Blackboard? So that would be the place to go to get the latest copy of the syllabus. They might also say, hey, we're going to do a data analysis, and the data set I've placed in Blackboard, and you can download that, and we're going to use Microsoft Excel to do some of the analysis for this course. If they assign a paper, then they may ask you to submit the paper to an electronic Dropbox. So then you basically just upload, almost like attaching a file to an email, but you're just uploading it to this Dropbox. And the nice thing is that the faculty member knows exactly what day and what time you submitted it, so there's no question that you were on time or late. They may store online videos there, and this would certainly be true if the class is online, because if the class is online, then everything, the lectures and all, take place online. So that's one example, but we've also had other instances where a faculty member will teach face-to-face, and then they'll teach the same course online. I'm trying to get these gentlemen's attention just to make sure that they're up to speed and don't lose track of anything, all right? And if they've taught online, then when they come back to teaching face-to-face, sometimes they'll say, Alan, can you make that online lecture for my equilibrium lecture available to my face-to-face students? Because either it was snowy and some people didn't make it into class, or some people were really struggling with it, and maybe they'll get another version of the lecture and they'll understand it a little differently, a little better. And so you might, even in a face-to-face course, still have access to some online materials and online resources. So if you see them there, just know that that's what they're there for. If you are taking an online class, then you'll see a lot more of those. You may even have exams and quizzes that take place online. It might be a quiz at the end of the week so that you can kind of gauge your own understanding of the content. I like those because I like to know myself. All right, I got it, 9 out of 10. I know where I need to work. I got a 10 out of 10. I should be good. I just don't want to go to the final exam and not really know where I stand. So sometimes you'll get those comprehension check quizzes. Other times you could actually have midterms or final exams that take place in the online environment. And so be aware of that. There's always a question about academic integrity when students take tests online, you can imagine, right? Because I don't even know if it's you or if somebody else that knows the content better than you that's sitting next to the computer once you log in. So depending on the course and depending on how high stakes the exam is, you might see everything from you have to use special software that locks you out of everything else on your computer. You can't search Google. You can't access your files. That may be one thing. We've even had instances where in order to ensure the test integrity, you have another piece of software that basically turns on your webcam so that we can verify your identity of who's sitting there taking the test. And if the test is not open book, but the camera has you always doing this, then that may raise some questions as to your individual test integrity for that exam. So you might see those, but those will normally be announced either in the syllabus or even when you register for classes, that this course is going to require this kind of proctoring, that sort of thing. A lot of times at the undergrad level, we will see online exams. At the grad level, they're there, especially for math-intensive courses like finance and accounting, where you need to do some work and then put in the answer. But at the grad level, we're also talking about different topics and topics a little differently than we would at the undergrad level. And so a lot of times, instead of an exam, you might see a paper or a project or a group project instead of the traditional final exam. But they are still there. Okay, if I mentioned online video, this is an example of what one would look like. In this particular one, we used a technology where we recorded the faculty member talking as well as whatever they had on the screen. And we have technology where if the faculty member just wants to come in and whiteboard like they would in class, they can just make the slide white and then they can pick up a pen and write right on the screen. And as they're talking, you see what they're writing at that exact moment. So they can do that. But it is nice to kind of see them. They might have hand motions or gestures that help communicate the idea. And then whatever they're saying is being synced with the content. So they could be opening up Microsoft Excel and showing you how to use that for the particular function. And you're going to see everything that they do right there. There's also a tool in Blackboard that I want to at least let you know about, and it's called Blackboard Collaborate. It's a webinar style tool, so if you've been in business, you might know WebEx or GoToMeeting or some of the others. This is very similar to that, but it actually lives in Blackboard. And your faculty member can, in fact, set up a time, and then you basically just click a link in Blackboard, and then you're joined to the session. And then they can share their screen so they can have a live session. We've seen online office hours from faculty done that way. We've also seen it used with online courses where there are group projects. Because imagine you're in an online course and your group members, you and maybe 3 or 4 other people, and you're all scattered either around this area or maybe not even from this area. And so now you have to work on this project and turn in a deliverable at the end of the course. How are you going to do it? You can certainly use any of the tools that are available to you, Google Hangouts, anything that you have access to, that's fine. But we want to make sure that we present you with some tools as well, so that if you don't have access to anything else, you at least have something that you can use to get the job done. And so if that's the case, then normally the instructor will contact me in my office, and we will create a collaborate space for each team, each group. And that would just be for you. So the other teams, you don't have to worry about other people coming in and getting your stuff. They wouldn't have access to it, only you would have access to that. All right? The other nice thing is there's chat in there, which is useful because if one person has a link, they can paste it in the chat, and everybody else can just kind of click that link rather than you ever had to try to give somebody a URL over the phone. You have to repeat it like 20 times. So you could just paste that in there and they could see it. You could whiteboard an idea. You could upload a PowerPoint. And so if your project deliverable is a PowerPoint, one person can upload that, or they can even share their screen with Excel or whatever they're working on, and everybody else can kind of chime in and say, oh, make the font bigger, or I've got a better picture than that, I'll send you the link. You can even record them so that if one of your team members was not able to be present, but you wanted them to be able to catch up afterwards without you having to go through the whole meeting again, then you would be able to turn on recording. You can't publish the recording as a student, but my office can, and so if you were to reach out to us, and I'll give you our email, after the recording, we would just be able to go in the next day and publish it, and the link would be there for just, again, for just your team members to be able to watch that. So here are some common student problems. This is probably a part that you want to listen up on, because these are the things that I hear a few times, definitely a term, and certainly over the course of a year. Number one, I thought I had till 12 midnight to turn in my paper. So if you had a paper due today, Thursday, at 12 midnight, you already missed it. Because 12 midnight is the very first second of the day, 12:00. So it's a kind of an odd mindset, because we normally think, oh, I'm going to stay up till midnight, right? And that's true, but the midnight is actually the first second of the day. So we always tell our faculty, if they listen to us, never make a due date at midnight. You can make it 11:59. Everybody knows when 11:59 is. I've got all day today to turn in my assignment if it's at 11:59. If you ever see due at 12 a.m. or due at midnight, that should throw off little bells in your head to know that you actually have to get it in a day earlier than you might think. Okay? My computer is behind in updates, so sometimes you might need to run a piece of software, and so you're not able to join the webinar or do something because your software isn't up to date. So you want to, if you've been getting that update warning message for months, and you're just like, oh, forget about it, you might say, hey, well, let me take a morning and just kind of make sure that my software is up to date. I only tried one web browser, so I mentioned that Chrome sometimes will look like the site isn't working, but it's really Chrome that isn't working, and so if you try Firefox or another web browser, that might work for you. Something went wrong at the last minute, and I couldn't upload my assignment or take my test. So it's the last minute that could get you into trouble, because I will watch our email, and I normally check it once or twice before I put it in my phone in the cradle at night. I check it on the weekends, but I'm not on there all the time like I am when I'm in my office. And so if you have a paper due at 11:59 and it's 11:30 and something's not working for you and you email me, you're probably not going to hear from me until the next day. There is in Blackboard a technical support tab, and there's technical support information in that template. We have a little thing that says Blackboard support, and if you click that, you'll get a number for Blackboard's 24/7 technical support. Now, they will not be able to help you with every issue, but if the issue is that you just don't understand how to use a tool, they can help you with that. They will not be able to get into your class and try to troubleshoot what's wrong with this particular item or this particular test, because they don't have access to those classes. I do. But if you call them and they can't help you, they're going to submit a ticket that's going to come into us the next morning with your information, and we're going to be able to follow up. Okay? So if you need help at 11 at night, the BP Learn 24/7 support might be a good first step. And otherwise, you could either reach out to us or have them relay that ticket to us. I said that it's 24/7, and the only exception to that is that occasionally, normally about once a month, they will do maintenance on Blackboard, and so they'll take the servers down, and the window that they typically use for that is Sunday mornings from about 6 to 10. So if that is your prime working time, just know that the week ahead of that, there will be an announcement on the login page that says Blackboard will be down for maintenance and the time window that it'll be down. You'll see it in bright yellow. So just be aware of that. All right, so who should you contact? So if you have questions about your course content, about due dates, about assignments, about economics, forecasting, you want to reach out to your instructor. I will say, I kind of feel like I'm getting my MBA vicariously, because when faculty come in and record lectures, we post them and we normally watch them, and I sometimes watch longer than I admittedly have to in order to make sure that the quality assurance is okay, because I'm interested in some of the topics. They're talking about something interesting, and I'm like, oh, I never thought about that. And 5-10 minutes goes by, and then I have to wake up and get on with my job. But I am not an expert in marketing, I am not an expert in finance, I am not an expert in a lot of those topics, so talk to your instructor. If you have general computer questions, such as, I need to run this piece of software for my course, or I have a Mac and I need to be able to run Windows software. Well, we have a general technology team that I alluded to at the beginning, and their address is right there, LCB Tech at Drexel. And I think we'll distribute this presentation, we'll put it on that MBA resources shelf, that's where it should be. So you'll be, if you forget any of this, it'll be in there. And so you can send them an email and they can get back to you. If you have questions about Blackboard Learn or videos or webinars in Collaborate or anything else, and I even make this offer to you, if you don't know who to ask, ask me and my department, and if we don't know the answer, we will get you one step closer to that answer rather than you trying to find it, shooting emails in the dark trying to get an answer. Send it to me because I've probably either seen the question and know the answer or can direct you to the right place. Is that a deal? All right. Here's our contact information. Again, this is in your course. Any course that you have, on the main page, it'll say Blackboard support, but our information is in there, and then there is a tech support tab at the top, but that only goes to the Blackboard technical support. So LeBeau InTech at Drexel, and our phone number is 215-895-2314. All right. I have one last piece of advice. Don't be this guy. He looks like the technology is getting to him a little bit. Has anybody ever been there? I've been there. As much as I work with technology, when it works, it's wonderful. When it doesn't, it's 10 times more terrible than when it works, than how wonderful it is when it works. Getting your MBA here at Drexel is going to be rewarding. It's going to be challenging. The class that you struggle with might be different than the class the person next to you struggles with. You might have thought that other class was a breeze, but this one is really getting to you. I don't want the technology to get in the way. So here are the emails that I answer, but they make me sad, is when they start off like this. They say, I tried for 2 hours last night to submit my assignment, and it didn't work. And I just put my head down, I'm like, after 10 minutes, reach out to somebody, call the 24/7 support, send us an email. We can try to advocate for you. So if you had an assignment due at 11:59 on a particular day and something went wrong, I can actually go into the logs and I can see what you tried to do, and I can vouch for you and say, they tried to submit it, whatever. I can also smell when somebody's trying to feed me a line because the logs are pretty detailed. But if you have a problem, then reach out to somebody. Don't feel that the technology is your burden. If it's not working, it may not just be not working for you. It may not be working for anybody. And if you let us know, then we can try to resolve it, not just for you, but for everybody. So that's my offer to you. I say email me with any question that you don't know the answer to, and I'll try to get the answer, especially if it is in regard to technology. And don't try to do everything yourself and then get frustrated. Because if you're frustrated because it's a statistics class, I probably can't help you with that. If you're frustrated because it's the technology in the statistics class, I want to ease that as much as possible. Okay? All right. That is all that I have to say. Are there any questions that you have for me? And I guess my offer still stands. It could be any question about technology or anything, and I'll try to answer it or let you know how we can get the answer.
Is there a computer lab in the building in case we need to print anything out?
So there are computer labs in the building. There are several computer labs that are classrooms. And as long as there is no class going on, then those would be considered open labs. Those computer labs do not have printing capability. But I believe that you can print in the Drexel Library, which is almost right across the street. If you know where the dragon statue is, it's right on the other side. The Haggerty Library is across the street there. And if you go in there, your Drexel login will work. And I believe that they have, like, you can put on your Dragon card money that would then let you print out, and when you're logged in, it would know to take that off of your account. Yes?
The Wi-Fi, how would I get connected to that?
So the Wi-Fi that you would, want to use is called Dragonfly 3. Now, if you are on your home Wi-Fi, you normally just say you want to connect, and all you really need is the passcode for that Wi-Fi, right? When you're at an enterprise institution like Drexel, they don't just give you a password, you actually have to log in. And so the technology that we use is called WPA2 Enterprise, for anybody who cares. But when you choose Dragonfly 3, it's going to ask for your username, that's your ABC123, and then your Drexel password, which is whatever it is for all the other Drexel systems. That should get you connected. If you change your password, then you're going to have to reinitiate that connection for Dragonfly 3 because it's going to fail next time you're on Wi-Fi. Does that make sense? Okay. What else? Good? Yeah.
I recently downloaded the Blackboard app, and my courses weren't even listed.
Interesting. So when you download the mobile app, first thing it asks you is what university are you with, and you would say Drexel. It would start to fill that in for you, Drexel University. You say yes, and then you would log in with your ABC123 and your password. But you may not see your classes, and one of the reasons for that is classes sometimes do not show up until the term starts. Generally, now that it's changed a little bit, it's typically opens up, so a week before the first day of the term, you will see those courses. But you have to also be registered for those courses. So if you've been admitted, accepted, and everything, but they haven't processed your initial course enrollments, then you might not see them because of that. So if you have a question about that, you definitely want to talk to one of the program managers and make sure that you're enrolled and registered for those classes. After your first term, you're going to be registering for all your classes yourself, so you're going to know what classes you should expect to see. Okay? The other question for you would be, if you go to the website, the learn.drexel.edu, do you see your courses there? Because those two should mirror the same list.
I have gotten the term bill, so
Yeah, good.
that means I'm registered, right?
Yeah, that would typically mean you're registered.
And my courses are on the website, and I'm on the site
right,
right now, and it's not. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, that's fine. And I would say if there's time here, we can talk, and then otherwise just come up to the 5th floor and we can walk you through that as well.
No problem.
Yep.
Thank you.
It is nice having the mobile app because you can do some things on the mobile app. I wouldn't want to take a final exam on my mobile phone when I'm on the SEPTA Philadelphia Transit, but for a lot of the other things, it'll work just fine. Yes?
For a person purchasing a new laptop, is there like a general set of requirements?
We used to do that. We used to say, oh, you need to have this, that, and the other thing. Pretty much any laptop that you buy, and I would probably, at a certain price point, certainly if you buy a laptop and it's $400 or so, it's probably going to be good enough to do everything that you need for this year and all of your MBA program. There are discounts that you can get, however. So we have discount programs with Dell, with Lenovo, and with Apple. And Apple's the easiest because all you have to do is take your Dragon card into any Apple store and show it to them, and they will give you money off of a computer, not necessarily off of some of the smaller items, not price-wise, but size-wise. So you can't get money off of an iPhone. I don't think you can get money off of an iPad except for certain times of the year. But if you buy a laptop from Apple, then you can get some money off of there. And if you buy the protection plan, the Apple Care, you actually get a little discount off of the Apple Care as well. Dell and Lenovo, if you log into Drexel One, there is a campus and community tab, and on that page are links to the Dell and Lenovo sites that will automatically give you the discounted price. And you can just order something online and have that shipped to you. But pretty much any of those recommended systems, like I said, it's not going to be. If you're trying to use a hand-me-down computer that somebody else bought 5 years ago, you might have some issues. But if you were to buy anything new today, and it's, I wouldn't buy a Chromebook, but if you buy an actual laptop computer that has Windows on it or Mac OS on it, you're going to be fine. Anything else? Yes?
For Microsoft Office products, is there a discount for students?
So there is no discount. That's the bad news. The good news is it's free. So you can't buy it at a discount. What you actually do, every one of our students, staff, and faculty have access to Office 365 while you're a student here. So you would actually be able to, you already have it. So if you go to office.com and log in with your full Drexel email address, because you're logging in, if you're logging in at a Drexel website, we know that it's at drexel.edu, right? But if you're logging in at Microsoft, you need to tell them it's at drexel.edu. So you put in your whole email address with the ABC123 and then you're at Drexel. You log in there with the same password because Microsoft actually double checks and asks, hey Drexel, is this their password? Okay, good. Let you in. And then when you're in there, you have the ability, when you're in the web interface, to actually download copies of Word, Excel onto your computer, whether it be a Macintosh or a Windows computer. You also have access to Outlook with a boatload of storage space for files and email, so you should be fine. Yep. There's also, and I don't have all of the information on this, but if you're curious about this, you can go up to the 5th floor office. We actually make available to the LeBeau student community additional software that the rest of the university doesn't have access to from Microsoft. So for instance, Microsoft Project. Or if you have a Macintosh and you need to run a virtual machine with Windows on it, you can actually download a license for Windows for that computer. And so that information is there. Some courses will use Microsoft Project for some of the coursework, and so if you need that, then you would need to be able to run that, and you can download you basically download the installation file per se, but then they give you the product code. And that product code will only work one time. So when you want to install it on whatever computer you plan to use for your time. All right, one more question. You have nothing? You good? All right, thank you very much. And I look forward to seeing you in the halls or online. Hopefully not with the tech issue, but we'll take care of you nonetheless.
No,
Not leaving.
it's too big for a flash drive. I don't really know
Talk to me about that later.
about why it's so big.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's so big, because she was in the email documentation, like, but then we couldn't put it on and there she is. All right, we're good.
Downloader.
I downloaded it, just in case. Like a wide demonstration.
Still giving us some talk about there? Okay.
All right. Hi. I'm back for real, everyone. Talk about technology. So my name is Rebecca Shepard. I am the Assistant Director of Program Innovation and Development here at LeBeau. So I wear a couple different hats here at the college, so you'll see me popping up in a couple different places. But I manage our consulting courses, our curriculum, and external funding for faculty, so when faculty are writing grants and things. So I'm here today to kick off the conversation about the MBA experiential application. As Paul and Carmina have both mentioned, we did a pretty intensive period of research when we decided we were going to overhaul the MBA curriculum. You're going to be seeing the fruits of that labor, and one of the components of it were, one of the things that drives people to Drexel is experiential learning. It's the co-op, that's what we're known for. But what does that mean for you as graduate students? How do we translate that co-op experience, that real world experience on a MBA level? So I'm going to talk a little bit about how we're going to strive to do that in our new curriculum. We have instituted something called experiential application, and I was going to have Alan, because he was going to come after me, point this out on your VB Learn shelf, but this is something that you're going to see popping up throughout the next year and a half. This is something that we are striving to have be in every course that you take. It's going to look different in every course that you take. Experiential learning doesn't always have to be something as big as an internship. It can be as small as something like a case study. So I'm going to walk through what some of them are with some examples, just to sort of give you a preview of what is in store. So our big things that people left with. So in addition to people saying they come to Drexel because of experiential learning, some of the biggest takeaways are their experiential learning experiences. Two of the big ones, the biggest ones, and it's not listed on here, are our project-based learning, our consulting classes, and our international residencies. So Kelsey's going to be talking about international residencies when I'm done with these, but I am quickly going to walk you through these. So the assessment piece is the first thing that you're going to be touching as part of this experiential application. We're going to be going down in about an hour, and you're going to be taking a 30-minute survey that's going to assess your leadership abilities. Your current abilities, the range in which you have to grow, and that's going to be integrated in 3 different courses throughout your program. Over those 3 courses, over the next year and a half again, you're going to be enhancing those skills that this is so specifically tuned to. So leadership, how you work as a team member, and where your personal growth is. This is a survey that was designed here at LeBeau by our faculty. It has traditionally been used by our executive MBA program for the last few years, and we have now expanded this to be part of our entire MBA portfolio. This is something we're really proud of, and I think that it'll bring you a lot of value. The survey should take you about 30 minutes. Now, we have had one group come through already and take this. It ended up taking them a little bit longer than that. I would challenge you to try not to think too hard about it. Part of me thinks that they got too far into it and they were thinking a little bit too hard about it. So what we want is your gut reactions for things. Don't overthink it. Sit down, take it. It'll be a nice little break. The second thing, and again, you're going to experience this very quickly, is simulations. Simulations are a great way to really put you in the driver's seat. Let you experience things that you may not normally experience. You are going to be starting the CAPSIM simulation tomorrow. As Hermita alluded to, it is a very intensive 3 days. I have seen this play out. I've worked here for almost 9 years, so I've seen, I don't know how many iterations of it, 9, 10, 15. It is a day or an experience that will challenge you. It will challenge you individually. It will challenge your ability to work as a team. But it brings a lot to the table right away. You're going to be exposed right up front to what you do and don't know about finance, what you do and don't know about accounting, what your understanding of the business landscape is as a whole. And then what we're going to do over the next year in your finance classes and your accounting classes is to make sure that this very intensive experience that you've had over these 3 days, that we touch back to that and that you're able to unpack a little bit. Why did these decisions happen this way? What could we have done differently? So again, this is going to be interwoven all throughout the curriculum. The next thing is project-based learning. So this is where I come in. I manage our consulting courses, and those are experiences. We have 2 different types that I'll go into where we remove all of the traditional parts of the classroom. There are no tests, there are no papers. There is a live project being fueled by a client. When I find these clients, I ask them to bring problems to the table that are relevant to them and important to them, but they are a little bit time sensitive so that we have time to really work them through. You are tasked as consultants in these classes. Your grade is then based around your ability to work as a team member and the deliverable that you give to these clients. This class is called just generally business consulting, and it shows up in a couple different forms. We have worked with nonprofit clients in the past. We've worked with for-profit clients in the past. The portfolio changes. We offer them almost every other term in either in both face-to-face and in online iterations. They run the same way. The project kicks off, you meet the client, you go through, you're working on things, you do a midpoint again with the client, finish up, you wrap up, 10 weeks hits, you're presenting to them your recommendations and your findings in a presentation. That's done in the online format through that Collaborate tool that Alan showed you, and then face-to-face, we love to have people here on campus. If it's something that's local, you have the ability to go there too. Another experience that I believe most of you will be eligible for is another one of these 4-day residencies. So another course where you come to campus for 4 days and you bang out 3 credits all at once. That's one of my favorite things that we do because we partner with a nonprofit, and we do that 10-week format in 4 days. It's really tight and it's really condensed, but it brings so much value to the organization and is really a great way for us to partner with the community and provide a little bit of civic engagement. In the past, we worked with Project Home, which is a wonderful nonprofit that is helping with homelessness in Philadelphia. This past year, we partnered with Smith Memorial Playground, which is a nonprofit free playground in the Fairmount neighborhood that charges nothing. They just open their doors and every kid can come in and play for free. We've also worked with the Please Touch Museum, which is a very cool experience. So that's another opportunity there. Lastly is case studies. Those are the more traditional ways to think about experiential learning. You will see them popping up in different classes in different ways. You may see, do not be alarmed if you open your syllabus and you see this in case study twice. I actually just received an email last week from somebody saying, hey, I took a class last term, it was a finance class. I'm taking an accounting class this term, we're using the same case study. Is that a problem? No, that's not a problem because you're gonna see different things from different points of view. So these are the 4 main areas that I think you're gonna be seeing these experiential opportunities popping up. As I mentioned in the BB Learn component, 4 classes that have experiential exercises. You will see in BB Learn a tab on the left-hand side that says experiential application. That's sort of the home for this. So you'll know that there's some sort of group-based project, or there's some sort of immediate application for you to sort of start to work through how is this relevant to me right now. The biggest takeaway that we want you to have is not only what this MBA is going to do for you 2 years down the line, 3 years down the line, 10 years down the line, but how you can take this experience and what you're actively learning right back to what you're doing right now. So that's really the goal, and I will be here over the next 2 years with you to make sure that we are meeting that goal. So I'm going to hand it off to Kelsey now. She's going to talk about the flashiest experiential opportunity, which is our international residency. Feel free if you have any questions. I didn't put my contact information on here, but I work very closely with the program managers. If there's something that you would like to see, so as I mentioned, our consulting courses are project-based. I've worked with all sorts of different companies that I can't really share in this sort of format because we have NDAs around a lot of them, but they touch all different industries, both nonprofit, big companies, small companies. If you or a friend or someone you think could benefit from this kind of experience, I'd love to have that conversation with you. If there's something that you feel like your portfolio is missing that you might benefit from having a consulting experience in that area, so whether it's healthcare management, I'm blanking on what else, digital marketing, I'm open to those conversations and hearing what might appeal to you as a group. I should also mention that those classes are a wonderful opportunity to sort of flex your skills in different areas. I always encourage students to take them, and I don't know if I mentioned this, but they are overseen by a faculty member. We are not sending you in blind for these. I don't want to scare anybody. We have faculty guidance over them, and that faculty member is acting as your consulting 101 guide. Some of you have careers in that, some of you don't, so how you act as a consultant. And then providing the content knowledge you need to make sure that you're going to give these clients the answers that they're looking for. So those are a great opportunity to sort of try out your skills in other areas. It's a safe space. If you're somebody that is more interested in marketing, that's where your career is going, but you've never really dabbled in the finance space before, you join the finance team, and or if you're somebody that wants to expand your project management skills, you volunteer to act as the project manager on that project. They're a great learning opportunity, and we want them to benefit you. So I'm available to have a conversation anytime. I can also give you a heads up. We try to announce as far ahead as we can who the client is, but again, that gets a little bit tricky just because of the confidentiality situation around some of the projects. But we will be as transparent as we can. Your program manager should always have a little bit of inside info. They can direct you to me if you have any questions. So, thanks, Dr. Kelsey.
All right, everybody. Hi, my name is Kelsey Skick again, and I really like that Becca called my job flashy. My job here is as a program coordinator in the Drexel office for experiential learning. So for those of you who are in the building, usually my office is right through the elevator bank on the first floor. We're the only office on the first floor. My whole job here at LeBeau is to coordinate international residency. So I work with our undergrad, grad, and executive MBA populations. It's a really great job. So what is the international residency course? We offer this course twice a year in the winter and summer terms. And it is an opportunity to add an experiential component onto what could be a traditional international business course. So the purpose of this class is really to give you an opportunity to kind of experience international business firsthand. So I'll go into this in a minute, but it's an online course, and then you travel for 1 week abroad to a location that I'm going to tell you about right now. While you're abroad, you're going to see things that kind of connect back to what you learned during your online course. You'll get an opportunity to network with, foreign business leaders of different levels, from executives at, multinationals to maybe a CEO at a small startup, government organizations, healthcare organizations, stuff like that. It really depends on where we're going. So you'll get to network with those foreign business leaders. You'll get to network with one another because, as Carmita mentioned earlier, you'll be in a class with somebody maybe this weekend during your short residency that you'll never see again, but this is a good opportunity for you to come together with other graduate students. This opportunity is actually open to MS students as well, so you could mix with some MS students during this experience. All right, so the course is IMTB 790. Like I said, it's offered in the winter term, so that starts January to March, or the summer term, which is May to August. It's a 3-credit course online, and depending on what country you're going to be going to, that's what the class is going to focus on. So when I went to Spain earlier in the year, the course focused on, the Iberian Peninsula, the European crisis in 2008. So that's what your, discussion boards and your case studies are going to focus on. So the international residency portion takes place at the end of the term, so 10 weeks online and then 1 week traveling. While we're abroad, you do 7 to 8 company visits. Like I said, those are those multinationals, startups, government. Sometimes you go to the U.S. Embassy. You also have some cultural activities on the itinerary. So we, always do like a guided tour, welcome dinner, trying to highlight a little bit of the local culture. I do my best to schedule some free time during the days so that you have an opportunity to do some individual exploration, because I can't cater to everybody's interests for the cultural activities. And then nights are usually free as well, unless we have a dinner, sometimes a conference, depending on the professor who's teaching it. So where are we going? The first trip this year for the winter term, which again is the January to March term, is to Bucharest, Romania, and these are the travel dates up here. You can see March 24th through March 31st, 2018. You're wondering why Bucharest? I'm very excited to say that the 2 locations, I'm going to tell you the next one in a minute, the 2 locations that we're going to this year are brand new for LeBeau. So we've been doing the international residencies for, I don't know, quite a long time, maybe 10 or 15 years. And both of these countries are brand new to us that we're going to be going to. Bucharest, I'm excited for because I think it's really interesting based on my research about it. It's an up-and-coming startup hub. It's really cheap to live there, so it's kind of replacing, Amsterdam and Barcelona, just due to the cheaper, living and ease of starting a company there. It's also located in an interesting geographic location, so it's all the way on the east of Europe. You can see it sits right there in the Black Sea, so they do a lot of trading with Turkey, and then it's right below all those post-Soviet countries, Ukraine and Romania, Belarus and Poland. And then the second one for the summer term is to Portugal. This will be a 2-city trip, so it's to Lisbon and Porto. You can see here the travel dates, August 25th through September 1st. Both of these are not actually maybe at the end of the term, so traditionally we would do the 10 full week term online, and then the week of break in between the terms you would travel. But due to different things. For the March, it was the Easter break, and then this, I was trying to get all of you back in time for school, in case any of you have kids. I'd like to enable as many of you to participate as possible. By the way, I don't have a cap on these trips. We have traveled with as few as 20 and then as many as 60, so there's never a chance that we're going to have to cancel it, hopefully. Hopefully we get 20 people, but there's never a cap, so you can always feel free, don't feel like you won't make it into the class, I guess I should say. A little bit about Portugal. This is similar to the Spain trip that we did this past March. It'll probably focus on the European Union, the Iberian Peninsula. Portugal is a pretty small economy compared to the rest of Europe, so I assume that's what your class will focus on. It's also the westernmost country in Europe, which I just think is interesting, doing like a very Eastern European country and a very Western European country. So how do you participate in an international residency? Start thinking about it right now. I know this is your first week on campus, and everybody has told you your different requirements that you have to participate in, and your resources like Alan, and different opportunities that you can participate in, like me and Becca. But so start thinking about this now, take notes. You'll be meeting with your program managers throughout the term, especially when you're thinking about registering for classes in the winter. So that's really the next steps to take, is start thinking about it now, ask your program manager more questions, ask me more questions. I'll put up my contact information in a minute. There's a lot more details that go into this, like a program cost and what the program cost does and doesn't cover. I've recorded kind of this presentation, but a little bit more detailed. It's just a screencast with my voice on it, sorry. It's not that, I don't know, engaging, but it goes into more detail. So I'll share that with your program managers and they can disperse that information to you. So if you're interested in more specifics about this course, you can contact me. I'm happy to explain more to you. If you're interested in how this course fits into your plan of study, not all of you are eligible to travel to both Romania and Portugal. Some of you can only go to Romania, and some of you can only go to Portugal, just depending on what your program is and what your different requirements are. So talk to me, talk to your program manager. The deadline to commit to one of these two trips is November 20th of this year. You should have an idea of what you're registering for the winter by then. So, and really by then you should have all of next year kind of planned out as well. So you should know if you can participate in the summer. And this is my contact information. Again, I'll send this, a more detailed version of this presentation out to all of you. Are there any questions for now, though? Yeah.
What is covered with tuition?
It depends on what program you're in, because different programs pay different tuition amounts.
For the trips, you're saying?
Yeah. I can tell you that one of the things that is not covered in the program costs, depending on whatever that may be for you, depending on your program and your tuition rate, but flights are not included, so you'll be booking your own flights. Trust me, you'd prefer to book your own flights. I do some group booking for other levels in the college, and it's more costly because I have to go through a travel agent, and then you're obviously restricted to the group flight that I choose, whereas you booking your own flight, you can choose a cheaper flight, you can choose a different route, maybe, I don't know, you want to go to London first and spend some days there and then travel on, you have that kind of flexibility, so that's good. Any other questions? All right, thank you. I don't have your schedule in front of me, I don't know what's up next, but I see Kermita coming in now. I'm done. Yeah.
Where are we going this year? All right. So we got some good information, just general overview of things and what to look out for. So right now we are going to transition into activity time. So if you have a blue sticker on your badge, you are getting up and you are going to room 106. If you have a blue sticker, if you have a yellow sticker, you're staying here in this room.
So welcome, everyone. A few faces I've seen. Some of this may sound familiar, but for those I haven't met, I'd like to extend a heartfelt welcome and congratulations to all of you. So in terms of my role, I'm Director of Career Services, and today we're just going to do a quick overview to give you a sense of what's our mission, what's our approach, what's the best way to engage with us. You also hear from our dynamic team, and then I'm excited to be able to offer one of our in-house subject matter experts on LinkedIn. Raquel Arredondo is going to dive in and do a LinkedIn session for you. About a 30-minute session that'll be a preview of some of the types of workshops that we offer for all of our graduate students. So we recognize how important it is when you think about career services that we do not offer a one-size-fits-all approach, because in this room today, I would imagine we have students who are looking to transition their career, looking to advance within their industry, or staying in their current organization and just advancing. So you come with different goals and backgrounds. So we recognize that, and our team will offer different ways to engage with us and different programming, whether it's one-on-one career coaching, whether it's coming to an event, whether it's going to a panel to hear about a subject matter expert, whether you're actively looking for a new role or passively looking. We try to target all those areas. And what I think our mission is we are committed to providing best practices, customer service, top level programming to help you achieve your ambitions, whatever they may be. What we typically start out with a lot is helping you develop a career plan, because this is an important stage. Whether you're looking to transition or advance, you need to take stock of where am I, what skill gaps do I have, where are the opportunities, and look at it, how it integrates into your academic program as well, too. So that just kind of gives you a sense of some of it. As far as finding out how to best engage and resources, we're not going to go into a lot of detail today. I know you're getting a lot of information, but you just had, I think maybe 2 sessions ago, the BB Learn session, so your course shell that you're going to be utilizing for your academic courses. We're going to build out a resources section for you on that. So some key elements as far as whether it's some of the resources or looking at a virtual interview tool or some interviews that we host or any online content. We'll put it on there so that you can engage with us in a convenient way. Of course, we still want to see you on campus if that's possible, but we know we have some from outside the area, and our working professionals, you're pulled in a lot of different directions. So, we try to be as accessible as we can, and I encourage you to, keep in touch with us. We work very closely with your program managers, so we're attuned with what's happening with your curriculum and your sequencing, so we try to adapt as, so that we can tailor to what's going on with your program. So before I introduce the rest of the team, I can never help myself, I want to offer a little advice, and you probably have heard similar things, but maybe if you humor me, I would say, at this stage, make sure you take a step back and reflect on what do you want your value proposition to be? What value do you want to give to your program, in your classes, as well as to your organization if you continue to work, or future organizations beyond where you finish. Many take the MBA, and it's a big time to hit that reset button, if you will. So really, taking a step back and saying, what do I want to get out of this? And give yourself time to have that discussion multiple times throughout your program. A lot of people do it at the beginning and the ends, but there's that really important middle part that, you can really have such an impact. So I know that seems, common sense, but what happens is, particularly with a lot of our working professionals, I know life takes over and you only have so much time. So, many of our alumni, when they look back, one of their regrets is usually they say, I wish I had spent a bit more time on my professional development. There was so much to take advantage of. And we know sometimes it's almost too many things, but we can help guide you with that process as well. And then the other thing I would say is push yourself out of your comfort zone. We all know certain areas where we kind of feel like we're in the zone and we feel great about it. Other areas, it's you want to run the other way, whether it's, you're more quant or more qualitative. This is the time to really take full advantage of that and, push yourself and, really try to immerse yourself in that whole experience. So that's just my 2 cents. I can never stop myself from a little bit of advice with my sage old wisdom. And as far as our team, you can see us up there. We bring a wealth of experience. I won't even tell you how many years total, because it's a lot. I've been at Drexel for just under 9 years. I bring to this role a number of years of diverse corporate experience. Most of us have corporate as well as higher ed experience too. So we're a small team, but a mighty team. So thanks for giving us a few minutes, and I'm going to turn it over to Robert Ganoon, one of our, excuse me, we've been talking a lot today, one of our career advisors. Thanks, Robert.
Hi, welcome. My name is Robert Ganoon. I'm a career advisor here at LeBeau. So I work with a couple of our different populations, including the MS in Finance, MS in Accounting, and MS in Marketing. I also coordinate some of our employer events, and I also manage our Handshake, which is our job posting board for graduate students. As Stephanie said, you're at different points in your career, but we are here to help you. Whether it be one-on-one appointments, mock interviews, resume reviews. So, if there is one takeaway from this, I just want you to know that we are here as a resource for you. So during your time here, please do use us if you need anything. So with that, I want to welcome another member of our team, Steve.
Thank you, Robert. I'm Steve Smutko. I'm the Employee Relations Manager here in the Graduate Career Services Office. I'd like to, extend my welcome to you as well. Very happy to be here and to talk to you because my role is to work with companies to identify opportunities, whether it's full-time opportunities, internship opportunities, and connect the employers and the companies with each of you as you're beginning and developing your job search, your career discernment and development process. There are some of you, as Stephanie had mentioned, that are in transitions to different industries or different roles, some that are looking to advance in your industry and some that are looking to advance in your company. But one of the things that's very important that I would like to mention very briefly, and I know you'll hear more about this as we go along, is we have a number of employer-related events on campus. And they're not just opportunities for specific positions or jobs, but they're also an opportunity of exploration to help you develop a better awareness of what's out there in terms of different industries, different functions, different trends. For example, we have a finance panel coming up in the second week of October, and we have panelists from J.P. Morgan Chase, from, and I'm blanking, BDO Seidman, Campbell Soup, all talking about different ways that if you're pursuing a finance career, the different aspects and the different segments of the finance industry that might be a better fit for you than others. So even if you're looking to remain with your company or industry, but you're looking to set, you're saying, how can I position myself to develop in my current role and to build my brand awareness out in the community? These type of events are ideal to help you do that. We also have, for those of you that are going to be actively or even passively seeking, we have networking receptions such as our employer recruiter mixer coming up on October the 25th. And those are companies that come out specifically to talk with students about opportunities. Having said that, I look forward to working with you, with getting to know you and to your specific needs. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Raquel.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. How are you?
Good.
Good. I need my energy up, so energy. So that's me. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about LinkedIn. And through my conversation with you about LinkedIn, I'll share with you a little bit about my background. Let me go ahead and log on. So LinkedIn, how many of you have a LinkedIn profile already set up? Okay, great. How many of you feel that your profile is maximized 100%, you're really utilizing it? Not that many. Okay. LinkedIn is your professional collateral. I just came from the National Black MBA and Prospatica MBA conference this morning where I was coaching some professionals and found it very interesting. A lot of folks are not really utilizing LinkedIn to its greatest potential, and as a result of that, you're not getting your footing out there professionally. So I wanted to spend a few minutes, I'll probably talk to you for about 20 minutes, about some of the things you can start thinking about with LinkedIn. We're going to have some workshops. We have some online workshops as well. And of course, I'm more than happy to talk with you one-on-one, or if you have questions that you want to ask me, happy to do that as well. But I wanted to go over some critical areas. What's my email? That you should be thinking about and developing, and sharing some interesting stuff with you. So here's my profile, and one of the first things I invite you to do is to go ahead and link with me. I'm always happy to continue expanding my network. What is my network at now? The magic number is 501. So if you have less than 501, you're going to want to start building that up, because once you get to that threshold, your profile will begin circulating more throughout your first and second and third degree networks. And so as you are commenting on articles, as you are liking things, people will start to see your name. And that's all part of what will become your brand awareness, your professional brand. All of you are in this program for either career advancement, career development, change of career, and the only way in which you can do this is by throwing yourself out there, by sharing with folks what it is that you have to offer them. And the best way to do that is to actively engage yourself within LinkedIn. So, let's see, my network, let's see if this will do this. No, go right up here. Here's my network. 2,352. Now, of course, in part of my role here is our corporate outreach. So a lot of these individuals are corporate recruiters or executives that I'm working with. Of course, a lot of these folks are students. I've taught an undergraduate career management course for the past 6 years here. So I have a lot of Drexel alums within my network. But by having this expansive network, it gives you a foundation so that you can reach out to other individuals and leverage your first degree or their first degree or second degree folks. So going back to my profile, where did it go? So right off the bat, one of the things you want to have is some sort of professional photo. And you can probably scroll through LinkedIn and see what other folks have. I strongly suggest not using photos that have your family in there. Not using photos where your partner is cropped out. No photos with you with sunglasses on. I've seen, a lot of undergrad students, leaning on a car or in their prom picture with the tuxedo. You want that picture to be representative of your professional image. So when a recruiter or a hiring manager links onto your profile, they're envisioning you as somebody that's going to represent their company. They're not envisioning you as going out after prom and getting wasted. I've spent many years as a corporate recruiter. That was one of the things that I would look at, people's pictures and determine, professional judgment. Not sure this is someone I want to take a chance on. So important to have that, professional photo. Your cover photo in the back there, you can keep that basic. You can do something that represents you, as long as it all fits into your professional brand, the way you want to be seen by other professionals and by hiring managers. Name, title. Strongly recommended not to use a job title, but instead to use a skill or some sort of experience that identifies with you. When you use a job title, it kind of pigeonholes you, and especially now if you are pursuing your MBA, you might be considering other roles. You want to be considered outside of maybe your career history. And if you use, your current title, but you want to grow into something else, it's going to pigeonhole you. People are going to look at you in that role. So think about maybe some of your skills, some of your experience. Maybe you're excellent, communicator, team building, specific skill experience that you have that you want to continue leveraging. Think about that. And then the next section there is the summary. And this is a really important section that a lot of people don't utilize. Now, I have the benefit, my summary was created by our internal marketing communications team, but prior to that, it was my narrative. It provided whoever was reading it with an overview of my professional history. It was my story. This is how I connected with people. And from my background, so I've straddled between both higher ed and corporate. I started out at Penn State in student affairs. I went into corporate. I was a consultant in training, learning and development, went into university relations and corporate recruiting, came back into higher ed. So on paper, that can look like, what is this girl doing? But through my narrative here, I was able to demonstrate how I leveraged one experience to make me successful in another experience. And now ultimately I'm leveraging both experiences to help you all, to share with you my insights as a corporate recruiter, but also my insights as a career professional development maven. You like that? Maven. Use a thesaurus. You'll never forget that. So use this spot, talk about, your what makes you unique. If there's a special skill or talent, you can throw that in there as well. When you apply for a job, the very first thing a recruiter does is Google your name. They want to look at your LinkedIn profile. When you put your resume together, that resume needs to be targeted to that job. You want to be very specific about why you are specifically qualified for that job, so it doesn't leave you a lot of space to really personalize who you are. LinkedIn is where you can do that. You can tell your story. You can talk about some interesting things that you might do. I also happen to be a yoga instructor. I teach here at the DAC Wednesdays at noon. Anybody into yoga? I'd love to have you in class. But that's not something I put on my resume. That's not relevant. Not that I'm looking for any jobs or anything. But it's something that I have on here, and people resonate with that. Oh, I saw that you teach yoga. I'm also a yoga instructor. That's what it's all about. It's when you're networking. It's finding those connections with people so that you can continue having the conversation. You make that connection, you make that bond, and then, it flourishes from there. So that's what's so great about this summary section. So I encourage you to spend some time putting together your story, highlighting what differentiates you. Again, your resume, when you're applying for a job, it's going to look almost exactly like everyone else's qualifications. What makes you unique are these differentiating factors: your experience, your interests, your hobbies, your career path. So utilize that space. Underneath there, I have a couple of media mentions. I have a lot of students that put projects on there. So as you're going through your program, say you're a career changer and you're going into a field, your concentration is something totally different from your background, but you don't have that applicable experience to really lean on. This is a great place to put the projects that you're going to be working on in class. Because at the end of the day, I as a recruiter want to see that you have that aptitude, that you have that skill set. Whether you got paid to do it or not, that really isn't important to me, but if you can demonstrate how you were successful in utilizing that skill, whatever that project was, that's what's going to be important to me. So utilize that section there for any projects that you might have worked on while you're here, even if it's a volunteer thing. If you are actively involved in an organization that's near and dear to you, and say you were part of a group that raised $50,000 to save kittens in Guatemala. Put it on there. That might not be what you want to put on there, but you get my gist. We want to highlight some of your skill set. I raised $50,000. Nobody paid me to do this. This is something I'm passionate about, and now the kittens in Guatemala are all saved. No laughs? No love for me? Come on.
I think they've got so much of this is a quiet.
I'm trying to keep this. Trying to engage
They
you.
didn't have enough call.
So, next section here, this is your experience. This is the information that, once you have your resume in a place where you feel confident, you're just going to transfer those bullet points into your experience section, making sure that it's all consistent. Education, volunteer experience. This is, good stuff. People want to see what, makes you tick, what's important to you. Skills, so recruiters will utilize LinkedIn to find individuals with specific skills. So if you don't have a skills section, go in there, identify, your top 10 skills. Naturally, people will begin endorsing you for those skills. There is no magic number for, oh, this person has been endorsed 50 times as opposed to 3 times. But it's just another way in which you can be found on LinkedIn. Recommendations, great idea if you have folks that you have worked with in the past or, current colleagues to have them write some recommendations. It provides, some greater insight into your abilities and how they work with you. Take advantage of that. Accomplishments, absolutely. Any kind of, certifications that you might have, any organizations that professional organizations that you may be involved with. If you speak multiple languages, you want to put that down there as well. And then as you are, if you are looking to change careers, and you're utilizing this moment, your academic exploration to find a new job, a new career, you'll want to identify companies or organizations that you want to follow. Say for instance, ultimately you want a job with Comcast. If you're not already following Comcast on LinkedIn, go ahead and do that. Because what happens when you do that is they'll become part of your news stream, and you'll be able to see what's going on there. It's important and is a good practice to comment on some of the things there, because then their folks on the back end are going to start recognizing your name as somebody that is genuinely interested. And if you apply for a job there, then as they pull up your name, they'll see this. Also, most organizations are leveraging LinkedIn more so than any other job board. So if they are posting a position, you're going to find it first on LinkedIn as opposed to anywhere else. Well, other than their career site. So you can go, you'll see, Comcast is hiring for a financial analyst, and you'll see it, almost immediately, and then it'll give you some stats as to how your profile measures up to other folks that are applying for those jobs. Give you some stats with regards to salary information, who else within your network might work there. So all that good stuff. So think about, the organizations that you might be interested in, industry organizations or specific companies, and how you might be able to leverage the network there to help you out. So in speaking of your network, furthermore, again, going with Comcast, you want to get in there. So you want to start identifying folks within Comcast that you might be able to, again, leverage to help you get in the door there. You may have a couple of first-degree contacts that are there, but they're not necessarily in the same department that you want to get into, but you notice that they are connected with folks within that department. So you can use LinkedIn to, ask for an introduction to that person, thus expanding your network. You can also, let me see if I can do this here. As a Drexel student, you can leverage the alumni. So if I go to Comcast, people who work at Comcast, 37,838 that are on LinkedIn. And I can water this down and just ask for my first connection. So I have 29 first connections at Comcast. And then I can go further and filter it by schools to see who within my first are Drexel students or alums, and I have 8. So now I can leverage those 8 individuals to say, hey, we're first connection, so hopefully we have some sort of relationship. I'm really interested in this position. I saw through your network. Let me go through my buddy Kyle here. Right, where's his? Oh, he has his network hidden. That doesn't help. Kyle.
He's being stitched.
Yeah. Last time I helped him. Some people have their networks hidden. Let me see, who else do I want to? Brittany. So if anyone's interested in getting into Comcast or has a keen interest in Comcast, Brittany is the person that you want to connect with. Brittany is Miss Comcast.
She's a current student.
Yes.
Poor Whitney's gonna get so many.
She just finished. She graduated.
That's right.
Yep, she just graduated, yeah.
End of summer.
Why don't I have her? Am I missing something? Is she hiding her network too? Oh, duh.
Go over this.
They keep changing the dashboard ever since Microsoft.
So now I can take a look at her network and then I can see, industry. I'm looking for somebody in finance, or maybe I'm looking for somebody in IT. So I can take a look at her network and she's got, these folks, current company, Comcast. So she has these folks within Comcast that she's connected to, 13 people, that I can then turn around and say, hey, Brittany, I noticed that you're connected to Josh Bell, who's the manager of talent acquisition for technical positions at Comcast. Any way you can make an introduction? And then that kind of gets the ball rolling. That's the whole point of LinkedIn. It's all about utilizing all of these different degrees of networks in order to help you expand your network and furthermore get a job. Latest statistics show that 70% of offers and new jobs are obtained through your network. So if, the traditional format of just applying online, clearly you still have to apply online, but definitely utilize LinkedIn, leverage your networks, and use, those folks that you know to help advance you within that job search process within an organization. How am I out of time? I have a few minutes.
Raquel, can you speak to, for someone who's starting a program, how you like to feature that, whether it should be in the summary, starting an MBA candidate?
I think definitely, what's the word here? Now it's all going to set in. I'm operating on like 4 hours sleep. As you are embarking on this program, you want to leverage that. This is something that not all individuals go after an MBA, and you should be proud of it. When you'll learn as you work on your resume, that's something you want to highlight at the top of your resume. So likewise, within your profile, within your summary, share why it is that you are pursuing your MBA. Pursuing, that's the word I was looking for. Why is it that you're pursuing your MBA? What is your specific goals in mind with once you receive your MBA? Where do you hope to see yourself? That's important to share. And recruiters, hiring managers, they want to see that. So I would not hide that. I would not embed that anywhere. Definitely make that part of your narrative within your summary. What questions do you have for me? Gotta have questions. Yes.
How much time would you spend, do you think, on like a weekly basis on LinkedIn,
So-
keeping up with everything to?
So I always have LinkedIn up on my screen on my computer. And typically the first thing I do in the morning is I'll scroll through and see what news feed, if there's anything relevant. Personally, I try to post something every day. It's part of my branding, part of me being able to demonstrate that I am a professional in professional development. So if there's an article that's relevant, I will repost it. As a member of the university, if there's some interesting facts or research that's being done, I will share that. I always try to tag other individuals within the college or other people within my network to give them credit. And let me show you, this is an interesting one. I was just talking to our marketing and communications team yesterday. So you can see there's this section here where you can view all of your activity. So Campbell Soup, one of our partners, we're always trying to strengthen the relationship with Campbell. So I see that they have this, great article about their CEO, Denise Morrison. So of course I'm going to like it. I'm going to share that. Other articles in here. I was at an event the other night. But the one I want to share with you, so I mentioned to you Prospanica and National Black MBA, they're big conferences this week, so I'm doing a lot to try to promote that. I sit on the board for Prospanica, so I do a lot to try to promote that. One of our graduates, George Spencer, everyone familiar with George Spencer from NBC 10? He just graduated also in June with his MBA, so he's, we did this profile on him, so of course I want to share that and highlight that in my newsfeed. Where's the one that I want to show you? Oh gosh, I do a lot on LinkedIn.
Can you get
Here it
that
is.
from the
All right.
website? Oh, okay.
So this was 2 weeks ago, right in this room. We welcomed our MS students, and I posted this photo and some information. I tagged the university on here. I received 174 likes and 6 comments. Let's see if this will pull up here. Here we go. So they show you your post analytics to tell you who's looking at what you're posting. So I don't know if you can see this here, 8,597 views of my post. That's 8,597 people that I have no idea who they are. But my profile is circulating amongst 8,597 people. And then it breaks it down further, 82 people from TD Bank, another corporate partner that we are always trying to develop that relationship. So that makes me happy to see that the folks at TD are interested in what we're doing here. 73, these are all of my friends here at Drexel. ARI Holman, I don't know if you're familiar with ARI Holman, they're another huge organization in South Jersey, 66 folks there, Comcast, JP Morgan, and there's more data there. But it really highlights just how well your profile circulates as you post things, as you share things, as you comment on things. So there's a lot of value to being active on LinkedIn. I do that both, for a personal and professional reason, but also on behalf of the college to make sure that I'm continuously getting the information out there that coming to Drexel is an amazing choice. What other questions? Yeah.
I found that as an undergrad, when you go to these career fairs, there's a huge room of employers at high top tables, and it's just super hectic day. And you go with such high hopes, and then you find your resume just ends up in a pile. And unless you have that personal network connection, your resume is buried.
Yeah.
Would you say that Drexel has a core nucleus of companies that you guys can kind of touch that warm spot with, where your students do get a
little special treatment?
Yeah, they come here for special reasons.
No. So what's unique about this program, specifically within the LeBeau College of Business, is on the graduate side, we have our own job board, separate from the rest of the university. Now, by all means, definitely sign up, be part of Dragon Jobs if you are a job seeker to see, the employers and those connections. But between both of them, they are specifically employers that have reached out to us that want to have that relationship. They are alums that want to, help the next set of alums, get a leg up. But clearly, to your point, we have the university-wide job fair on next Thursday. And yeah, it's crazy. And I used to be on the other side of the table, when will this line end?
Yeah.
And you don't really get a chance to have that one-on-one, and it takes a lot. I can tell you the recruiter mixer that Steve's coordinating, it's a little more intimate. We provide within our within Handshake, our job board, that's where the employers sign up, and then you can view and see who those employers are, who specifically is coming from that company, and then leverage LinkedIn to do a little research so that when you go to the table, and we do it, we kind of average around 40, 50 employers at these events, so it's a little more intimate. We're not doing long tables, it's kind of high top, a little more casual, but you have that opportunity to look and know what are they hiring for, who's coming, let me do a little research on this person. You go to talk to them, you already know, hey, I saw that you went to USC or whatever, and find that connection, and that's what's going to help you stand out as opposed to everyone else in that line.
Okay.
So that's,
It's encouraging.
and, you know, it changes from year to year. I would love to say that, you know, we have a consistent relationship with one company or another, but depending on the market, depending on needs, it could change from year to year. But, you know, we're always trying to stay ahead of that curve, understand what the trends are. We, in meeting with, you know, your advisor, we try to identify what are your big, you know, companies that you want to get into. And, you know, if it's not an organization that I have done any outreach with, I'm more than willing to start mining and finding out who I can connect with and develop those relationships.
Sure. And as far as an MBA student standpoint, like people come here to rebrand themselves professionally, pivot in their career. Do employers, are they receptive to that? And they see you back in school and they're like, oh, even though he did like years of this type of work, let's see what he can do here, like how he can potentially help us in a different way.
And again, it's one of those areas that it depends on the employer, it depends on the role. Some roles, they are, you know, they want to see 5 years experience before they even talk to you, regardless of, you know, whether or not you're going for an MBA. Some organizations, you know, if you look maybe at smaller organizations, there's more opportunity there. You know, and a lot of times it could depend on who you know within that company, where, you know, you might be fast-tracked because you have a connection with an alum. So it's hard to give a definitive answer and say, you know, yeah, you know, you're all gonna have a job. So it depends on, you know, the organization, it depends on your network, it depends on the qualifications and experience that you bring to the table. But, I mean, the one thing I can guarantee you is that we're gonna work tirelessly for whatever it is that you're looking to attain to, you know, help you get in that direction.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes?
So, in coming to a mixer like that, would one expect that a potential employer would be receptive to you continuing your education if they were to hire you? Because I'd be concerned about changing positions or changing employers and going to school and, you know, maybe probation and things of that nature, seeing that my current employer is so, you know, they're so supportive.
Right. Again, it's going to depend on that organization. There are some companies that value and, you know, they may want to leverage your prior experience and say, you know, oh my gosh, you are exactly what we want. We'll bring you in, we'll take care of your tuition, you know, whatever that might be. There are some organizations that, you know, we have students that are graduating in December, the March timeframe. So they're looking for individuals that can start full-time as of, you know, that time frame. Others might say, you know, this is somebody we want to keep an eye on, let's stay in touch. If as part of your program there's an internship component, you know, let's bring you in June. It's hard to say definitively, but, you know, anything's possible. Anything's possible. And, you know, in my eyes, given the opportunity to network and, you know, put my name out there and connect with people, I think that's just so much more valuable than staying away from an event just because you're not sure. So, you know, it's worth the conversation.
And if I could add to that too, it sounds like you have tuition remission without getting into so if you have a commitment, or even if you don't, if you have a commitment to a current employer, they're going to value that you're adding to your toolkit and your skill set. So maybe then that's advancement. So, you know, everyone's situation is different depending upon. So certainly there's still ways that you can add value and show that you have that, you know, interest in advancement and mobility without maybe having to transition at this current time. Is that?
Well, not even so much tuition. I mean, even like things like this. I mean, I'm off work right now. I'm off work tomorrow. I mean, things of that nature. You know, would someone else be, you know, receptive to the fact that you have to miss all of that time? You know, they said earlier that there may be another residency opportunity. So, I mean, you would have to miss all of that time from work too. I mean, starting a new job, you wouldn't be able to do all of that, or not necessarily so. So, I'm just asking, you know,
and that's
something like that.
And that all comes to light as part of the interview process. You know, this is the reality of where I'm at right now. And, you know, either that organization has that culture where they say, absolutely, we support that 100%, we want to bring you aboard, or they'll say to you, you know, we need you here, and these are your vacation days, and you either use them for this, or, you know, you don't. So it really depends. Any other questions? Because I know you guys have to mosey on to your next session. Yes?
I've reached out to people over LinkedIn with varying degrees of success, and it's always been a connection through my undergrad or my high school. What are just some more tips on how to make a increase that success rate at?
And I feel your pain because a lot of times when I'm like looking into new relationships with companies, it's 50-50. You know, I'll put it out there. I sent an email or sent a message to the Chief Innovation Officer at Aramark yesterday, and within 5 minutes he responded. I almost fell out of my chair because typically, you know, I won't hear back, or it'll take a week before, you know, somebody at that caliber will get back. What's unique about where you're at right now is you can leverage the fact that maybe you're a career changer or looking to, you know, advance within your career. And as you reach out to folks, leverage that and say, you know, I was reviewing your profile, was really impressed with your career path. I would love to discuss with you further, buy a cup of coffee, whatever that is. And, you know, again, they may say no, but you know, they could say yes. And you do that enough times, you just need one person that's going to, you know, respond. But, you know, leveraging the fact that you're specifically looking for career guidance, people like to feel important, like a mentor, that's always a great angle. Alumni, you know, folks that, interest groups, that's another thing I forgot to mention. You know, there are different associations that you can connect yourself with, and once you do that, you're gonna have access to people that you wouldn't normally have access to. So, you know, hey, we're both in the Finance Association of America. You know, I was reviewing your profile, really impressed, would love to talk to you further. You know, I'm just starting my MBA program or whatever it is. So there are ways to kind of work that through, but, you know, you will get people that don't respond to you, but there's a chance that you will get someone that will. And all you need is one person that's gonna help you out.
And just to add just a little bit onto that, as Raquel had mentioned, you want to make the introduction personal. The worst thing you can do is just click on, I'd like to connect with you on LinkedIn. Because that's when you get the quick click. You know, that says, that basically says, who the heck are you? No, thank you.
Stay away from personal.
But when you reach out, most of the people are on there because they do want to connect with people. So that additional personal connection and sharing of information is the way that you start any relationship.
So our time is up. Carmina's giving me the death stare. Never. So please connect with me, reach out to any one of us. We look forward to working with you, and I wish you the best in your program.
So you guys are just gonna go right upstairs, 106, is the classroom here, we'll get you upstairs. We do have snacks and things out here, the only thing you can't take liquids or anything like that to the computer lab or your we'll have all this still set up.
That's not mine,
Hi.
I want to thank you. My name is Lisa Keene, and we met really early on. Yeah, and put me in touch with, I believe, Sandra Yang.
Yep.
Easy. Reached out to her. She's amazing.
Isn't she amazing?
She just need to show her profile too.
Yes. Oh my gosh. She is. She just emailed me yesterday. I said I'm going to be giving a couple presentations this week. I'm going to be picking on your profile.
Well, so I just want to thank you for creating that connection.
No
Definitely
problem. My
going to continue
pleasure.
building that relationship.
Yeah,
with her,
she's
so.
amazing. She's absolutely amazing. I'm so glad that it's worked out.
Yeah.
Good.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Yeah.
I forgot to pull up Sandra's profile. That's okay.
You know, well, but it's definitely, they're getting too much information.
Yeah.
I don't like that one is the combined.
Because
there's
I'm
so
trying
many,
to. Run out there, grab some pita, bring it back in. It's like funnel cake. You know what? This is like the highlight of my day. Fried dough.
Are there any candy bars left?
There's still kind bars, yes.
Okay. All right.
We went all out there for you guys.
Okay. Pleasure. Good stuff. You can tell, like, we get excited by some simple things, right? It's been a busy week, as I know it has for all of you. So while we go and grab funnel cake, I'll just take a couple minutes. For some of you I've met already, I've had the pleasure of working with the full-time class, but I wanted to welcome all of you, our online students, our part-time MBAs, as you make this important step and commitment to further your careers and go deeper into your business knowledge. So I know it's a big step, and we're really excited to have you all here. So we're just not going to take a lot of your time. I really just wanted to introduce myself, the team, and then just to give you a preview, we thought, what's a skill set that all of you need, regardless of what your backgrounds are? Because we understand we have some that are advancing in their career, some are transitioning, some love their current role, but they just want to really further their knowledge and position themselves. So you may not be making a major change. And we thought of LinkedIn. So we're thrilled to have Raquel Arredondo, who you'll hear from in a little bit, who loves the pita bread. We'll give you
all about pita bread.
a primer refresher on LinkedIn, because all of us need to have a great social media presence. And we think that's something that it's a great takeaway for you. And also it's kind of like a preview for some of our workshops too. I know you're going to want more, I promise that. So just a bit about myself. I'm the Director of Career Services. I've been at Drexel just about 9 years. I have a diverse background. I'm a career changer myself. So I think I can empathize with individuals from very different backgrounds. Have a lot of energy and passion for what I do. As far as kind of a quick story on what Career Services, what we view our mission, and how we service all of our graduate students, our MBA and MS students, is that as a team we're highly committed to customer service, accessibility, delivering the best programming for our internal stakeholders, all of our students and alums, and as well as our external, our corporate partners, and staying in tune and touch with what the business needs are. And as you can see with Drexel, that's really our DNA here at LeBeau, is that experiential piece. And whether or not you're going to go out and do an internship, maybe as a full part-time student, that doesn't apply, but I know you heard a lot about the consulting projects and residencies that you can take advantage of to really deepen your experience. So as far as, some ways to engage with us, we know we have some online students here, and one student asked, do you have virtual? We do. You can have online appointments with us. We do some of our events. We will live stream, or we'll record and then post that up for you. So don't feel like you can't connect with us if you are not physically on campus. But when you are, please stop by, see us. We're on the 4th floor. So for our students who are here part-time, you'll see a lot of our events we try to do in early evening, so that we recognize you can't take off from work. So this way it's convenient for our students who are here during the day, for our full-time students, as well as our evening students. And some of those we will be recording as well. So we try to really, target and be as accessible as possible, recognizing in today's busy, work world and personal commitments that you all have, that, you need to be able to access the resources. And thankfully with online, we can do a lot. But there's nothing like, having that face-to-face, whether it's through Skype or, if it's a phone call as well too. So, we are available for those one-on-one appointments, whether it's in person or virtual. Workshops and professional development are so key, regardless of what your career goals are. So we don't take a one-size-fits-all approach. It's really holistic and integrated to your curriculum, and we're really excited about the new curriculum too. So I won't talk much more, because I know everyone's thinking about LinkedIn and then pita bread. But as you can see with the team, we're a small team, but we are mighty because we eat a lot. No, we don't. And I just would really encourage you to engage with us. I can't help myself to at least offer a little bit of advice. I would say, as you're making this important commitment for your MBA, it's a time to hit that reset button. So really take a step back and, have some reflection about what do you want your value proposition to be, as far as what you're going to get out of it, what you're going to commit to yourself in this program, and then how you're going to add value to your current organization if you're continuing to work while pursuing the MBA, or that potential future post-grad employer too. So what's your value proposition going to be? And then secondly, I would say immerse yourself in the experience. I know, you know, life happens and it's a big commitment, particularly if you're continuing to work, you know, but others have done it successfully. We're here to help you navigate that. But when I talk to alums, a lot of times, you know, they give such positive feedback, but they're always honest. Many of them will say, I wish I had spent a little more time on my career. Loved my classes, you know, there were great opportunities, but I just never fully took advantage. So that's where, you know, lessons learned, if you can, and recognize, you know, the different points. We know everyone it's going to be fluid, but we're here for you. We're not going to make you feel guilty if you don't reach out right away. Everyone's on a different timeline. We recognize that. So that's just my 2 cents as far as, you know, try to, you know, reflect and then immerse yourself. And we're really excited to have you here, and we wish you all the best. And I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Robert Ganu. That's just because you got kind bars, I think.
Hi, welcome. My name is Robert Ganone. I'm a career advisor here at LeBeau. I work with a couple of our MS programs, so finance, accounting, marketing are some of the programs that I currently work with. I also coordinate our career events, some of our employer events on campus, and then I also manage our graduate job board, which is called Handshake, which some of you may be using and familiar with. So, you know, as Stephanie had mentioned, no matter where you are in your career, we do have services for you, whether it's one-on-one appointments, virtual appointments, resume reviews, mock interviews, and of course, we do a lot with employer events too. So, you know, please utilize us and think of us as a resource here during your time at the university. So I will turn it over to another team member, Steve.
Thanks, Robert. Good afternoon, everybody. I know you've had a long, interesting day today. I'm the Employer Relations Manager here at LeBeau in the Graduate Career Services Office. And my primary role is to work with companies to connect them with students such as yourself, the MBAs as well as those in the MS programs. Whether you're seeking full-time opportunities or internships, whether you're looking to expand your network. I also meet with students as well, because the more I understand what your needs are, the better I can connect with our employers as well. And I just wanted to take a couple of minutes to tell you about the importance, in my opinion. I'm a career changer also. I started out in banking, wasn't risky enough, so I got into high-risk lending, quasi-equity, emerging technologies, some biotech during the course of my career, in a government setting. So combined finance, politics, and all sorts of other things. I've been here for about 11 years. And so one of the things that I recognize, and that I'm sure that many of you do, whether you're in transition to a different career path, whether you're looking to advance in your industry, or whether you're looking to remain and advance within your particular company. The more that you expand your knowledge, the more you connect with employers, with thought leaders, the better it will be as you go through this career discernment process. And we do this, as Robert had mentioned, with different type of events. We have panel discussions and presentations that are worthwhile coming to. Most of them are in the evening, right before your evening classes, those of you that are in that area. And it's not just a discussion of specific opportunities, but some of the different trends and opportunities and challenges in a particular industry. For example, on October 10th, we have a finance panel at 5 o'clock in the evening, and that will bring people in from JP Morgan, Santander Bank, Aberdeen Asset Management, and Brown Advisory. If anybody wants to meet a former Philadelphia Eagle, one of our one-year alums from a few years back is going to be on that panel and talk about a career transition from Eagles defense to advising services. A little bit, some things are collaborative, some things are competitive, but it's the same thing in every industry. You're going to be working with some people, you're going to be competing with others. But the idea is to help you explore the different opportunities that are available to you and the different ways that you can take your career path. Campbell Soup would be one of the participants as well. So when you look at the finance industry, you could have wealth management, commercial banking, investment banking, corporate finance, all different segments that as you develop your sense of where you want to go, you can better understand what the skills are important in those particular areas. We have more general networking events too. At the end of October, on the 25th, we have our Employer Recruiter Networking Mixer, which brings together about 50 companies, along with all the MBA and MS students, in more of a social setting, a networking reception setting, that gives an opportunity to speak about different ways that you can engage. And those are, and identify opportunities. So those are just a couple of the things that that you want to think about. You want to be able to discern what your career plan is. You want to be able to network to build your brand. And one of the best ways to do that, along with to develop a sense of who you are, is to engage more, especially with social media. And with this, I'll turn it over to our social media maven, Raquel. Thank you.
I had you guys for just under 15 minutes, and I'm excited to share with you this information. So I probably should introduce myself. Raquel, I was the one on the top, like the Brady Bunch picture, the top right. Is that right? Yeah. I'm the one that likes pita, deep fried pita. There's plenty still out there. So I won't bore you with all of my information. You'll find it on my LinkedIn profile. One of the first things I would love for you to do is to connect with me on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is your professional collateral, so we wanted to spend a few minutes kind of going over with you some of the basic things that you should be thinking about. How many of you have a LinkedIn profile already created? How many of you could say that your profile is 100% complete?
What if they tell you it's 100%?
I'm sorry?
What if they tell you it's 100%?
Yeah, I know in mine, someplace along mine it says that I'm like, well, it says I'm an all-star. But see, I already knew that. I've got 2 teenage sons that tell me that I'm an all-star every morning. No.
Anyone who likes pita bread.
Well, that too. Come on. So there are a couple of things that we want you thinking about as you embark on this academic pursuit, regardless of what it is that you are, your goals or your reasons for going after your MBA, whatever that is. Your professional presence, your professional collateral is right here within LinkedIn. This is the first place that recruiters, hiring managers, whether you're looking for a job or not, they're checking you out on LinkedIn. So you want to make sure that your presence is really representative of what you bring to the table, the value that you can add to an organization. Where you are in your career, that's not promised tomorrow. You hear in the news folks being laid off like that, and so it's important to always be consistent and to maintain this profile. So a couple of things that I wanted to share. Your picture. Make sure that you are selecting a professional photo of yourself. That's not to say that you have to go to Olin Mills and get that picture done, but be mindful. You want that picture to be representative of you as a professional. When someone looks at your profile, they are looking at you and thinking, is this person representative of our organization? So if your profile picture is you in sunglasses leaning on a car, unless you're going for, Auto Mechanic Weekly or something like that, probably not going to do much for your financial analyst type role that you want to get into. Make sure it's a picture of just yourself, not you and your family or your kids, you and your goat, none of that stuff. Just make sure it's a professional picture of you. That cover shot, again, you can leave it blank. You can, something that's personal to you. That's a skyline with the college right there, so clearly that's the association for me. Your heading, so right underneath my name is my heading, and you'll see that it does not have my job title on there, and there's a reason for that. The folks at LinkedIn believe, and I also believe, that it's a lot smarter to just kind of capture your skills or what makes you unique in your field or your industry. When you use your job title, it limits you to that job title. And especially right now, if you are embarking in this MBA program for a career pivot, it doesn't help if you are coming in here to go for an accounting concentration and your past is, a veterinary, a doctor. A goat doctor.
It's all that PETA.
It's all that PETA. So you want that heading to kind of identify with what your skill, your passion, your interest, your experience, as opposed to a specific job title. That next section there is a summary. This is the most underutilized section that I feel is the most critical section. This is your opportunity to share your narrative, to share your story. When you think about applying for jobs, you're relegated to that one piece or two pieces of paper on a resume where you are supposed to be specifically identifying you as the right candidate for that job. And there's a lot of stuff that you might want to say, but may not be relative to that job. This is a place where you can kind of go take a deeper dive and share a little more about your personality, your interests, what makes you unique. I forgot to do this with the last group. So my summary was written by our marketing communications team, but there's an alum who I absolutely love, and she is a marketing professional, harmony builder, dot connector, coaching enthusiast. If anybody's looking to get into the marketing field, I'm more than happy to connect you with Sandra. She's absolutely amazing and is always looking to connect with fellow dragons. But her profile, or her summary, and I'll just read you the first sentence. The glue in the grease describes me perfectly. I am an experienced problem solver and marketer who leverages a diverse background to bring people and ideas together for progressing forward, strong customer relationships, and engagement. So right there, you just kind of wow, I want to meet this person. She sounds really awesome. That's memorable, as opposed to 25 years experience in accounting. That's your resume. Leverage LinkedIn, be creative, tell your story, make it unique, make it personable, make it genuine. This is what's going to connect and resonate with recruiters and hiring managers. This is what, when people read this, they're going to say, hey, I want this person part of my network. I'm really impressed. So spend some time putting that together. Your next section there, as part of your summary, you'll see that there's an opportunity to put media on there. So let's say, again, you're switching careers and you don't have applicable experience within a specific role. But while you're here, you've worked on a number of projects. Maybe you worked on a consulting project or an in-class project that demonstrates your aptitude within that scope, within that industry. This is where you'll put that. Because whether you got paid to do that job or you just, but you worked on this project, you still have that skill set. So this is where you highlight some of those skills that you don't necessarily have from a job that you had in the past. So utilize that media there. The next section, the experience section, this is where you're going to move the bullet points from your resume into LinkedIn. Education, volunteer experience, again, identifying volunteer experience that demonstrates leadership, initiative, special interests, that, again, demonstrating who you are as a person that, I want to connect with. Skills, very important that you're identifying your skills. Recruiters will type in that specific skill and they're looking at who comes up that has these skills. So if you don't have skills on there, then you're not coming up in these searches. Did you have a question?
Yeah, quick question. My name is Dave Gary.
Hi, Dave.
How far should you go back on your skills? I got a lot of experience.
Well, it depends on how relative it is to what you're interested in. How do you want to be identified? I didn't start out, but waitressing, that was, that's something that I wouldn't put on my LinkedIn. Let me see, one of my first jobs out of college, I was in an office administrator, and there's some skills that go along with that. I wouldn't put that in there, but the skills, if it's relevant to your industry, if it's relevant to the jobs that you're looking for, if it's relevant to the companies that you're looking at, put it in there. You can expand on LinkedIn as much as possible, whereas with the resume, it has to be dedicated and focused to that job you're applying for. Yeah.
So I've had heard conflicting ideas about this one thing. I was told to put every award that I've ever gotten, including all of my military awards in there, and then some people said it was too much.
On LinkedIn or your resume?
LinkedIn.
Again, LinkedIn, it's how you want to be perceived. So if these awards, I can scroll through and I can stop looking at it. With a resume, I would definitely say, you know, you want to focus on what's going to add value to you being a qualified candidate for that job. Within LinkedIn, you can put anything you want in there. But also think, you know, how is this defining me? How is it branding me? You know, 6 awards, 26 awards, at some point, you know, having 26 versus 16 is not going to make a difference. I'm not going to be, oh wait, this one has 16, oh, but he has 26. You know, not knowing what these awards are, you know, just use your judgment to determine, you know, how is this describing me? And, you know, I'll say this with resumes. When working with undergrads, you know, I've worked with individuals that were on the baseball team. And, you know, a whole section about, you know, baseball accomplishments. I'm like, yeah, but you want to get a job as an analyst. You're spending a third of your resume on baseball. So me as a recruiter, I'm looking at this thinking, this kid's just interested in baseball. And, you know, I'm not taking a chance on someone who isn't really focused on finance. So think of it in those terms. You know, I know baseball is a lot different than the military, but, you know, think of it as how you're being perceived and, you know, the message that you're sending out there by the content that you're putting on there.
Now, if we link up with you, are you willing to go through our stuff and give us feedback?
I can do that, but I believe as part of their program.
Yeah, as your main career advisor, I would be focused. I know you're a full-time student, but Raquel's going to do a LinkedIn workshop that'll give a deeper dive to that you're all invited to. But then we'll work more because I'll know more what your background is, and so yeah.
Yeah.
Regarding workshops, so I'm an online student. I may not be able to get here when you're doing these. Will they be? Could we Skype in or something like that?
So what we've done in the past is we've recorded some of these. We've had them online so that you can just call in. And, you know, if there's something in particular, I'll be honest, I'm not good at remembering to record the workshops that I do, but if if you saw something in particular that we're offering and then reached out to me and said, hey, is this going to be recorded? You know, I'm more than happy to work with our LeBeau tech and get that taken care of. But, you know, I have to remember to do that. So you remind me and then I'll do it. What there? I saw some other hands going up. So before I let you go, so LinkedIn is all about your network and increasing your network. 501 is the magic number. For whatever reason, if you have 501 within your network, your profile is being circulated much deeper within first degree connection, second degree, third degree. And that's what it's all about. It's being able to leverage your network's network in order to put out there your value proposition. And, you know, I can give you an example. So in my role, it's important for me to share trends that are going on as, you know, in career development. I work with Steve and do a lot of the outreach, corporate outreach. So, you know, there are certain companies that I'm always trying to promote and develop the relationship with them. So if they highlight something new going on within their organization, I will share that on my page. I also write a quarterly blog, which is more about my personal brand, but, you know, I like to put that out there, and so it helps develop me as a professional. So think about, you know, different ways in which you can kind of get your message out there. You know, it just kind of highlights what you have to offer. It adds value to your experience to be able to share some ideas. If you're looking to get into Comcast, for instance, that's, you know, your lifelong passion is to start working there, follow them on LinkedIn, comment on some of the posts, like some of their posts, and, you know, begin to develop your network within LinkedIn. See who is at Comcast that is a Drexel alum. Connect with them and, you know, send a note and say, hey, you know, I'm currently embarking on my MBA program at Drexel. I noticed that you too received your MBA. I would love to connect with you. I'm really impressed with your career path. Really interested in, you know, the things that Comcast is doing. That's how you start to develop that network. That's how, you know, you begin to leverage the folks within your network to help advance your career. What was that number? So 70% of jobs today are secured through a network, through your network. So, you know, again, another reason why it's important for you to have your professional brand, why it's important for you to develop a professional network so that when that time comes, you can leverage that and hopefully someone internally will be an advocate on your behalf and share, you know, yeah, you know, this person's really involved in this organization. I've been talking to them about XYZ experience. totally recommend them for this position. That's what it's about now. It's no longer can you just submit an application online and then just wait for someone to call you back. That's so rare, so rare. What other questions do you have for me before I go grab more pita? What do you think I'm
It's my
supposed to?
cat's name.
Your cat's name is Peta?
She's a pain in the ass. Yeah. It's really her name.
I like it.
So every time you say it, I'm like,
Any other questions for me? I kind of did this the last group got like 30 minutes of me. I'm sorry you only get like.
But they'll get invites to your workshop.
Yes, definitely. And as I mentioned, connect with me, and you can check out my profile. I started with Drexel 6 years ago. I taught an undergraduate career management capstone course, and as part of the course, we had sat down with the folks from LinkedIn. So my profile is considered a fully developed profile. I'm very proud of my profile. So feel free to connect with me and take a look and see how I have things built out there. And let me know if you have any questions outside of that. So I wish you well in your programs, and I hope to see you around. And for those of you online, I'm so sorry you had to listen to me again. They're not in there. That's being recorded. Sorry. All right. Have a great rest of your day. Thanks.
all right.
You can talk to the mic.
No.
Okay, good.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the online MBA orientation. Christian and I, Christian has half of you and I have the other half. He has A through P and I have Q through Z. That's your last name. So probably spoke with us over the phone, through emails, back and forth. We have lots and lots of questions. We're just starting out, and this orientation is meant to give you as much information as possible, and then feel free to ask questions in the end if you have any. So basically, what we're going to go over is program information. So the plan of study, what it looks like. A lot of you have already seen the plan of study, and then concentration, then graduate minors. We'll go over registration, policies and procedures, and a lot of billing information. So go ahead and start out and show you, kind of go over an overview of the program. It's a 24-month program, 8 terms. Now, a lot of you have already spoken with us and said, hey, I might not want to do 2 or 3 classes a quarter. I want to do 1 a quarter, take it easy. Instead of 2 years, maybe take it, finish in 3.5 or 4 years. We recommend, the 3.5-year time frame, no longer than that. You can't take any more than 5 years. 5 years is the statute of limitations. Part-time program, so 2 classes a quarter. The great part about our new curriculum is that we are giving you more elective options. So you have the option to choose, are you going to do more analytics? Are you going to do more finance or marketing or entrepreneurship? So you'll have a lot of options when we get to that point. Christian or I will, talk with you either over the phone or through email and let you know, okay, if you're doing this concentration, what are your options? You'll also have the option to go on the international residency. I think maybe Becca and Kelsey talked to you a little bit about that earlier. And then registration. You'll get an email from the university about registration. Christian and I take care of that for you. We'll go into that a little bit further later. And then degree completion. So if you follow the accelerated program, you'll finish by the summer of 2019. Sounds far away, but if you go through the accelerated program, you'll be there before you know it. Okay, this is what the plan of study looks like. Once again, you can, if you want to not follow this exactly the way it is, you would just let us know. Some of you may ask, if I can't take it this quarter, can I take it next quarter? It won't be offered next quarter. It's offered, if you see the way it's structured here, term 1 is going to be offered again in term 3. And so the classes aren't offered every quarter, but we'll reach out to you and let you know what your options are for that quarter. But if you follow the accelerated plan of study to finish in 2 years, this is what it would look like. The Management 530 residency, a lot of you are going to go through that this weekend or maybe next weekend. And then if you don't take the residency now, basically you can take it online in the spring as a 10-week course. I'm sorry, 8-week course, apologize. And then the other 2 classes, which you already registered for this quarter, would be either the Org B510 or the Accounting 510 course. Once again, you've received this plan of study. If you have any questions specific about it, plan of study, things like that, let your advisor know. Typically what I like to do, just because it's a flexible program, after the first year we'll start making a more structured plan of study for you. So get a feel for it, get into it, and see how, if you want to start with 1 and accelerate to 2 after you see what the 1's like, we can arrange for that. Thanks. Concentrations. Does anybody have an idea what they want to do in terms of concentration? Show of hands. Okay. So basically, when you start the program, you start out with a lot of the required courses. I've been doing this for quite some time, so I know
you start out thinking one thing, then you take some other courses, or you see the courses that are under analytics or finance or marketing, and you know, they might interest you. You start reading the course descriptions and you might change your mind. So we won't ask you to declare your concentration right away. Take some of the required courses, and then when we get to the point of where you're taking your elective courses, then you know, we'll present to you, okay, these are the courses offered every quarter, under which concentration they fall, and then that's when you're going to start, you know, making a decision as to what concentration that you want to take. Once again, the 4 options are analytics, entrepreneurship, innovation management, finance, and marketing. Christian's going to go into more depth about the graduate minors, which is another new and exciting thing that we're bringing into the new curriculum. Concentration-wise, if you have a lot of choices now. You know, you say, well, the concentration is only 3 courses and I have 6 electives. Can I do double concentration? Yes, you can. Or, you know, do I have to declare concentration? That's another thing, is some students don't want to just take analytics or just take finance. They want to mix and match their courses, and you can do that as well. You would just get a general MBA.
Okay. Yeah, when you look at the plan of study, there's a lot of elective slots there, as you see. As Deborah mentioned, there's 18 free elective credits in the plan of study now. Before, in the MBA program, you had the opportunity to take 3 different electives under the concentration, and I think there's 2 general electives you can take. But now there's 18 credits. So there's a lot of options as far as filling them in. And yes, one of them is the concentration. You can stick with LeBeau. You can say, I want to concentrate in this area. Load up on electives in one area. You can mix and match. You can dabble in different pieces, different areas. But another thing you can do now is that they just started doing it this year at the universities. You can declare a graduate minor, and you can take 4 to 5 courses in sequence to get the minor. Or again, you can dabble within different subjects within the minor. So you don't have to stick with LeBeau and take finance courses or marketing courses. If you want to branch out, you can take electives now with, say, the College of Engineering or the School of Public Health, and take healthcare classes. You can take, well, actually, you know what? Why don't we do this? I'll show you the graduate minor offerings. So if you Google Drexel graduate minors, you can see it's probably tough to read, but they list every minor program offered at the university, who that point of contact is. So I'll just run down the schools. I mean, arts administration, there's business analytics, creativity and innovation, computer science. I mean, the list goes on. You can see, I think there's about 20 or so, close to 24 of them. And then to see which course is offered in each minor option, there's a link to the catalog at the bottom. And again, scroll through the titles and you can see the actual course sequence. So if someone wants to take, let's say, a minor in higher education. So Donna, you work at Princeton, right? You work in higher ed. You can minor in higher education along with the MBA. And if you click on the higher education, you can see the 4 courses that are required of you that you can take. So you can fill those elective slots with electives from other universities, other colleges, I mean. The way it would work, though, as far as fitting into your plan of study, is you would just let your advisor know, so myself, Restarula, that you want to minor in something. And then you would coordinate with the program manager or the advisor of that particular area. And they would just have you sign a form to say, okay, you're on board with the minor, so we know we'll pencil you in for these classes whenever they're available. They'll let you know when you're available, and we'll kind of work together to ensure that it fits into the plan of study. So again, this is the first year we're doing it. This is brand new. It's pretty exciting. I'm actually doing a program and I'm minoring in something as well for the first time. So I would encourage everyone to take a look there. I mean, these sequences, the nice thing about the minor too is, since there's flexibility, when looking at the plan of study that Sterbulo showed you, there's, you're kind of limited as to what the course offerings, when they're offered, and if there are any prerequisites. But with the electives, if you say, there's just a term where I want to take as many classes as I can, but LeBeau, there's only 2 that I can take. We can look at elective offerings if you declare a minor, or if you just want to, find a course that another school is offering that can fit into your schedule. So Additionally, though, you can take a LeBeau minor in marketing and finance. That's a little bit more intensive than a concentration. But again, this is just an option if anyone knows that they want to go a little bit in depth into an interdisciplinary subject. The option for minoring is now. So let's talk a little bit about registration. And we can, if you guys have questions as we go through this, feel free to ask. This is a relatively small breakout session, so we can keep this conversational, even though it's in a giant auditorium here. For registration, I got the question. Yeah. Okay.
I think I may have missed it, but when you were talking about minors, are we able? Because I know sometimes to get a certificate,
yeah,
you can. That's probably maybe 1 or 2 classes short of the actual the minor. If you take 2,
yeah,
so
a lot of the minors will take. I think for minor, and I need to get clarification on this, but I think to get the full minor, you should be allowed to slot all or most of those courses into your existing plan of study, MBA plan of study. But I think to get awarded to the minor, I think you may have to take 1 class outside of the 49 credit plan of study. But I think we're still getting clarification on that. I think the bottom line right now, though, is there's tons more flexibility as far as when it comes to electives. But we were they rolled this out pretty quickly, and we were hearing conflicting things. So we'll get clarity on that.
And what I want to also is, can I get a certificate? So right now,
no, you can't get a certificate within your MBA studies. If you want to tack on a certificate, you take that outside of the MBA plan of study, the MBA credits. I think minors can fit in for the most of the minors, if not all of it, can fit into the MBA plan of study. But a certificate, you would have to take them outside. So they're not going to you're not going to borrow all of those credits and give you a degree and a certificate. Does that answer?
Yeah, I do.
You can also take classes without getting the minor. So say that you decided, okay, project management, 1, 2, 3, looks great, but I need the 4th one, and I really don't have enough, and I really don't care about getting the minor. I just want to take some other classes. Maybe I want to do analytics with it. You can still take the classes outside of it. It just, you wouldn't be declared the minor. There's some classes that, and this is something you can discuss with your advisor if you're interested. We can look into and see if it's open to our students. So, and some of the graduate minors do require, to reach out to your advisor. You have to reach out to the program manager of that college. And sometimes some of them will have like an interview or a essay that you have to write to get into that graduate minor as well. So, you guys have some time for it, but if there's something that really, really interests you, let us know and we can start looking into it and let you know what the requirements are for those minors.
So all of those minors have online?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Not all, well, a lot of them do.
A lot of them do.
Yeah.
So they'll have online classes, but some of them, so for instance, if you saw there was analytics, there are some analytics classes, but because the minors are so specific, there might not be that class that's offered online. Like for instance, marketing and finance for up there, because all of those classes that are listed under the minor are online.
Okay.
So once again, let us know if there's something that interests you. We can definitely look into it.
But I will say, I know when the initiative started and they went to the colleges and said, identify what areas you want to develop a minor for and what course offerings you want to offer within that minor, they were encouraged to choose when available online classes because they know that this option is open to students from varying populations.
Okay.
And you have to be inclusive of everyone. So that means on-campus students online students shouldn't be restricted, or try not to restrict them too much in developing options for minors. So a lot of them do have online components, but yeah, maybe not 100% of all that's offered. Yeah, and we have time to declare that, but I would just say if you want to see what's out there now, guys can take a look and see what minors are offered. So let's talk about registration briefly. You'll get notifications from the university every single term saying it's time to register. Here's your time ticket, and log on to Drexel 1 at this time and start registering for classes. But that doesn't really apply to online students, and there's no way for us to prevent the university from sending that. So I would just say when those come across, ignore it. And here's why: because online sections of classes are not web viewable to the entire university, and they're not available for registration to the entire student body, because we don't want those classes filling up with on-campus students who feel like not going to class one term while taking an online course. So those are hidden, or if they're web viewable for some reason, there's always an advisory block on there. So a random on-campus student can register for those classes. So you guys will not have the ability to go online and register yourselves for an online section. So Rula and I will be, each term when it comes time for registration, we'll be reaching out saying, here are your options, what do you want to take? We'll actually handle the actual registration. We'll confirm that you're registered, and you can do so in the Drexel One portal as well. And you'll get an email from us also saying, here's what you've been registered for, here are all the details you need to know about the classes. So that happens, registration happens week 6 of every single term. So week 6 of the fall, that's when we start registering you for the winter term. So maybe around week 4 or week 5 at the latest, you'll hear from us about options for the next term. Around that time too is when you'll start getting the emails from the university that you'll be ignoring. So expect to hear from us. So that probably brings us to about late October, early November for winter term registration. Yeah, so also what would happen too, and we'll get into the billing and financial aid a little bit later, but we'll notify you when we try to register you and there's a hold on your account for whatever reason, then we won't be able to register you, and we'll notify you. If you owe a balance from a prior term and it comes time for registration for the next term, there's probably going to be a financial hold on your account. Drexel's philosophy there is we're not going to allow students to just add on classes and add on tuition when they haven't settled their tuition from the prior term. So when registration time comes, just make sure all your balances are paid so that there won't be a hold and we can put you in a class before it fills up, because there are demand for the online classes, because in the pool of online students, I mean, there's probably, we're near how many total? Like 100 or so?
Over 100.
Yeah, and sections are only 60, I think 60 max. Usually they're around 35 to 45. So, it's not like just because you're an online student, you're not going to be given priority for or you're not going to be guaranteed a seat for an online class. Naturally, this is what we'll try to do when we reach out and try to plan out your plan of study a couple terms ahead so we can kind of gauge how many seats we'll need. But when you're on hold come registration time, it's not a good position to be in, because you run the risk of not getting into a class. But we'll talk about holds a little bit more when we go to the billing and financial aid portion. But I also wanted to talk quickly about the difference between the courses that we offer, the jargon, the terminology that we use, and talking about the terms, and what to expect as far as add drop and withdrawal deadlines. So you're going to see in the plan of study, or you saw already, that the courses that we offer vary from 1 to 3 credits. A lot of those 1 and some 2 credit classes are offered at the beginning of the term. We call them MB1 term classes. And well, let me step back. The term at the academic quarter at Drexel University runs for 10 weeks and 11 if you add an exam week. So that's the academic calendar that the university follows. Because because LeBeau is doing our own, we're doing our own thing with our plan of study and our curriculum, and we have lots of, we don't just have 3 credit classes, which is the norm for graduate programs. We have 1, 2, 3 credits. So we're kind of doing our own thing, and we're going a little bit on our own schedule when it comes to when the courses run. So in that 11-week university academic calendar, during the first 2 weeks of the term, that's when we run our MB1 term classes. There's MB1 and MB2. So MB1 is only the first 2 weeks of the term. That's usually the 1 credit classes that you'll see. Sometimes it's a 2 credit residency, like most of you are taking this term this weekend. And then MB2 classes run the latter part of the academic calendar. It's usually weeks 3 to 8, sometimes 3 to 11. The add drops of those classes are different. So just think, generally for a normal 3 credit class, the first week that class runs is the add drop period. Any student can add or drop at any point during the week. They can come in, come out with no financial repercussions. But after that first week that classes run, it starts to turn into a withdrawal. So just apply that general school of thought when it comes to the MB1 and MB2 term classes. The add drop period for the MB1 classes doesn't go the whole week, because a lot of times the class will be over after a week. It goes until the Wednesday of that term. And the withdrawal deadline is the beginning of week 2. That's when you're able to withdraw. Same thing applies for the MB2 term classes, or a similar thing applies. That first week of that class, which is week 3 of the academic calendar, is the add drop period, and then after that, which is weeks 4 through 7, 8 of the university calendar, it starts to become a withdrawal. So it sounds confusing, but we'll explain it when we reach out to you guys about registration. But just get familiarized with those terminologies. MB1 term is the first 2 weeks of the calendar, the academic calendar. MB2 is the latter part. And then sometimes courses are just regular 3-credit classes. I think most of the electives are that way. They run the whole, 1 to 10 week, weeks 1 through 10. So just to give you an example, I think a lot of students right now are doing accounting 510 and/or ORB 510. Those are 2-credit classes. They're MB2 term classes. So they don't run right now. We're in week 1 of the academic calendar right now. Those classes aren't running yet. They'll start running in week 3 of the academic calendar, which is October 9th. So come October 9th, anyone enrolled in accounting 510 and ORB 510, they'll be able to start taking those classes. That's when it starts. It's an MB2 term. So week 3 of the calendar is when they start. So that's that in a nutshell. We figured we should tell you about the withdrawal, or at least show you the withdrawal policy, because there are tuition repercussions from withdrawing. Ad dropping, like I said, you can come out of a class with no financial repercussions. That's during the first week of that class. If you drop a class, all the tuition gets dropped from your account. When you start withdrawing, then you start getting billed prorated tuition. So if you withdraw during the second week of that course, then you are refunded 75% of the tuition. If you withdraw during that third week of the course, it's 50%. And then as you get later and later as the weeks, you're getting refunded less and less. Eventually, after like the 5th offering or 5th week of the course, you're able to withdraw, but you're not refunded anything. I just want to make everyone aware of that. So a withdrawal isn't just a simple like, I'm getting, I'm not liking the class after week 4. I haven't been logging in for the past 3 weeks. I'm just going to come out. That's fine. We can withdraw you, but you're going to be on the hook for about 50% of the tuition for that class. So I would encourage everyone, if you haven't already done so, look at the withdrawal and the tuition refund policies on Drexel Central's website. And while you're there, you should go over all of their, all of the policies, billing, financial aid as well. But that's something that we should mention to everyone here. Do you want to talk about academic standing?
Do you have a question?
I did.
Yeah.
It's more on the class side, but is the expectation if a class is starting in week 3 that there is pre-work for the class?
No, it should start then week 3, as if you're going into like the first day of the term. So just because they're
most online, you're starting that.
Yeah. This residency is different because it's such an accelerated course. I mean, we're cramming a whole 2-credit class into 1 weekend. So they're going to say, come prepared, ready to work on day 1. We're not going to go through the typical week 1. It's introductions and read this stuff, and it's kind of light. The residencies, as you guys see, it's hit the ground running. So MB2 term class that starts week 3, you can still expect the first class to be kind of, here's the syllabus, here's what we're doing, introductions, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Yeah, and professors, if there's anything that, you have to start doing for the first class, they would reach out to you. But the course shell in BB Learn usually opens a week before the class starts, kind of let you get in there and look at things. But,
so I think Monday you'll be able to see ORB 510 and accounting 510. Nothing will be due, but it'll say, take a peek, here's what you can expect.
Things, yeah. So my least favorite thing to talk about, the academic standing policy. Now you're required to maintain a 3.0 GPA throughout the program. It sounds kind of scary saying, okay, what happens if I go below a 3.0? Well, we have this academic standing policy where if you go below the 3.0 GPA during the term or cumulative GPA, you go on academic probation. What does that mean? There's a status that's put on your transcript that you're on academic probation, and you have 2 consecutive terms that you have to maintain a 3.0 term and cumulative to get out of that academic probation. So you might say, hey, look, I see I was on academic probation, but I did better the next quarter. Why am I still there? You have to maintain that for 2 consecutive terms. Now, if it does happen, and it happens again, unfortunately, what would happen is we would go through the academic dismissal portion of it, which I hope we never get there. But if it does, there's always, the student always has the right to appeal that.
So you ask, okay, well, 3.0, below a 3.0 for a term could be a B minus. So you take one class and you get a B minus. That's below the 3.0 threshold. So you really, really want to try hard in your online classes to not get anything below that. We've had many, many students who were able to do that, so I don't doubt that you guys can too. I do mention to my students that if you feel that, you know, because if you do one class and you get that B minus, then that's below the 3.0 threshold. If there's a class that really seems challenging to you, that you're like, okay, I don't know that topic, I'm not crazy about it, maybe, you know, sometimes taking a second course, like a management, organizational behavior, if it's like a challenging quantitative course with it, you know, getting an A in that one course can balance out your GPA to make sure you don't go below that 3.0 threshold. So kind of a little tip on my end, because, you know, sometimes you have people who worry about that. You know, some people are not crazy about counting or statistics, and they're like, okay, well, I'm nervous about this quarter. Well, maybe take organizational behavior, you know, and kind of balance that out. So, you guys have any questions about that one?
Oh, this way.
Yeah, no.
That'll be fine.
No. And then the academic dismissal policy, once again, you know, can be appealed. And then Christian's going to go over Drexel 1.
Yeah, I just want to make clear there's two different portals you'll be using primarily as students, online students. It's Drexel 1 and Blackboard Learn. And I think Alan Heck, the Director of Instructional Tech, gave you an overview of Blackboard Learn. So you should be pretty familiarized with that, but I just wanted to be clear about the differences between the two portals. Drexel 1, just think all things administratively. That's where you do, that's where it's done in Drexel 1. So again, if you're an on-campus face-to-face student, you needed to change your address or needed to get a transcript. I mean, the student would typically walk into the registrar's office or the billing office to do things like that. But you're unable to do that as an online student. That's all done in Drexel 1. So Drexel 1 is all the administrative tasks. It actually goes for all students at Drexel, but I'm just using that analogy to make the point. So if you want to, you can access your email through Drexel 1. This is where you view your registration. This is where you access the billing information, the e-bill, and your financial aid information. When you want to check your grades, when you view your transcripts, access to DegreeWorks, which we'll send more information about DegreeWorks as we go through the first term. DegreeWorks is basically it's like a degree or a plan of study auditing, a degree auditing site that you can use to track your progress through the plan of study and kind of plan out what you want to take over the next few terms. So, I mean, we'll be talking with you about planning that out. The DegreeWorks is the actual tool that you'll use for that. That's access through Drexel 1. So again, all things administratively. One thing we say is don't access BB Learn through Drexel 1, and you can do that, but we advise against it because Drexel 1 times out. So if you're in BB Learn through Drexel 1 and you're taking a quiz and you get timed out, then you get timed out of the quiz. I think Alan spoke about that. But again, Drexel 1 is where you go to take care of, you know, administrative tasks. And then Blackboard Learn, of course, is where you go to view the classes. So each and every term your classes will be available. As we said, usually about a week out, the course becomes viewable in Blackboard Learn. So I did get a lot of emails already from students saying, the term started, but I don't see accounting 510 nor B510. Where are they? Again, they're MB2 classes. A week out, you'll see them. So a week out from the start term of those classes would be next week. They have the support as well there. I mean, that's the number there for their support. I also have, I think at the top of the page on Blackboard Learn, you'll see a tab where you can contact support. But that's listed right on the page. I think Alan gave you that as well. So again, Drexel 1 is administrative tasks, Blackboard Learn is classes. Pretty simple. All right, moving right along. We'll talk about stuff. Put them all up?
Yep.
Okay.
Just kind of going from the academic probation standpoint to classroom success. A lot of times if you follow a lot of these tips, you won't be in that situation. So, you know, committing to the learning experience, to get out of it what you put into it. So, you know, it's not an easy program. You have to work very hard. You know, you have to manage your time and be prepared because, you know, 10 weeks, 8 weeks go by really, really fast. And, you know, we're all busy professionals. You want to make sure that you manage your time well, because what will happen is you'll get your syllabus. The first thing you're going to do is notate everything on your calendar. Make sure that you get everything on time. If there's extra credit, do it, because what will happen is, you know, say you just have get one bad test, at least you have the extra credit to bounce back on. Don't wait till the end of the week to reach out, you know, to start your assignments, because, you know, if it's due at the end of the week, then you don't have a lot of time to reach out to your professor, ask questions. So you really want to set some time aside at the beginning of the week. Give yourself plenty of time to reach out and ask questions if you have to. You know, like I said, observe the course syllabus. Kind of look at it. You know, once you get it, read through the whole thing. Make sure you notate everything. Interact with your professors and other students in a collegial manner. Obviously, you know, you're working online with everybody else. Be respectful, be professional. You know, while you're here today too, you guys see each other right now. When you go online, you're not going to see each other. Talk to each other. Find out, hey, what's your name? What's your name? You know, eventually you might be in a group together. You might be online in a specific group. So, you know, network with each other. Network with your other fellow online students. Get to know them. You might find somebody in your area that you might be in a class with and say, hey, you know, you guys want to do a study group or something? Just because you're online, you don't have to make it a completely online experience. You know, nowadays there's a lot of virtual technology that you guys can get together on. So, you know, definitely use each other. You know, some of you have strengths that others don't have, and you guys can help each other out. You know, you know, you do your hardest, work your hardest at this, and you'll be fine. Communications. So all Drexel communications are sent to your Drexel email account. I know in the beginning I actually sent a lot to your personal emails just because you're just getting everything set up. But now that everything's set up, everything's coming to your Drexel email accounts. Just make sure you're checking it. Make sure if you're forwarding it, you have that all set up. Professors, that's where they're going to send everything to. You may ask, well, hey, if I'm forwarding it, can I reply to you from my personal email? Yes, that's fine. Just make sure that you're checking everything, checking your emails. Allowing 24 to 48 hours for responses from both us and your professors. Just because, you know, we have lots of students, as do they, just giving enough time to get that response. And then acknowledge there's a chain of command. So one example of that is, you know, you have a issue in your class and sometimes you might come straight to us. Well, the first thing we're going to tell you is reach out to your professor first. Ask them, you know, questions. Like, for instance, if you're a little bit late on an assignment, make sure you're reaching out to your professor and letting them know that. So.
We had a student on international residency. Here's a story for you. He wasn't having a good time. I think there was an issue with the hotels that they were staying at. So instead of going to the program managers on the ground during the trip, he emailed me and the president. And he said that how unhappy he was with the check-in process at the hotel. So that's probably something that shouldn't be done.
No.
Yeah, respect the chain of command. I mean, it's pretty. If there's an issue, then you usually come right to us, and then we'll elevate as needed. Or if there's an issue with us, then you can go to our assistant deans or directors of the graduate program. But usually, if you jump right to the president's office, they'll just they'll just throw it back to us. Yeah.
Okay, so the fun part.
Yeah, sorry to end it on a sour note. So billing and financial aid, here's how it works at Drexel. I think a lot of you may have gotten a bill already. The way the bills are generated at Drexel is they're electronic, so you're never mailed anything. So Drexel Central doesn't want to hear I never got my bill, so that's why I didn't pay my balance and I'm on a financial hold. Well, if you have an internet connection, then you have your bill. They're generated on a monthly basis, so if there's activity in your account, then a bill will generate for you. I think they generate around the 20th of the month. So let's just say I register you guys for winter classes, let's say November 18th or 19th. Probably the next day you can expect the bill to generate for that term. And it'll say, it's November 20th, here's the bill for the winter term, you registered for these classes, here's your tuition, here's what you owe. And the billing cycle at Drexel is a monthly cycle. So it'll say, here's your bill in November, it's due in December, it's due in full. So even though the term doesn't start until January, you could have a bill where, a bill for a term that's due before it starts. That's not unusual. So just be aware that it's a monthly billing cycle. You're billed essentially, shortly after you're registered for classes. Bills are accessible via Drexel One. If you log into Drexel One at the top, you'll see a bunch of tabs. And again, maybe we'll take a look. People have probably seen it already.
Has everybody been in Drexel One already?
Yeah. So I'll show everyone exactly where it lives, just in case you haven't navigated yourselves and saw the bills. But once you log into Drexel One, something went wrong. Okay, that's great. All right, forget that. So it's in Drexel One. At the top, there's a bunch of tabs that, and I think billing and financial aid is one of the tabs. In there, you should see a link to access your e-bills. The e-bills pop up as its own separate page, so make sure your pop-up blockers are off. But yes, you have an internet connection, you can log into Drexel One, then you can view your bills. But I have a good excuse because I just logged into Drexel One and I couldn't get my bill. So they take you, if you have a balance due, then you can pay it online directly. You can pay with a check, you can pay with a credit card. I know they used to not take Visa. Do we know if they still?
I don't.
Yeah, just heads up. Yeah, I know they were limited as to what kind of credit cards they used to accept. I know Visa is the one that everyone accepts, but for the longest time they didn't accept it. Not sure if that's still the case. But either way, online through the billing site, you can pay with a check, you can pay with a credit card. You can go in person and you can pay with a check. You can't pay with a credit card in person, FYI. There's wire transfer options, there's 529 saving plans options. Everything should be listed on the Drexel One site under the billing and financial aid tab. You'll list all the options to pay. One option that I don't think is listed so clearly that I think everyone should be made aware of is they have a tuition deferment option each and every term. They call it the employer reimbursement / tuition deferment plan. That's really open to every student at Drexel. The reason why it's there is because a lot of students do have some type of assistance with their employers, and the employers will say, we want to see your grades before we give you any type of reimbursement. Grades, of course, come at the end of the term, but as I described earlier, the bills, you get billed at the beginning of the term. So what this is doing is that Drexel is saying, look, we'll save you the burden of paying the bill yourself up front, waiting for the term to end, then getting your grades, submitting your reimbursement, and get reimbursed by your work. We'll save you the burden from paying out of pocket. We'll just defer the balance for this term until the end of the term. Actually, I think it's 30 days after the term ends. So that 30 days should give you enough time to get your grades, get it to your employer, show them the bill, and then get your reimbursement somehow. A lot of employers will do, I think, they'll pay you via payroll. So it could be like a bi-weekly or a monthly thing. Sometimes they'll cut the check directly to you. Sometimes they'll cut it directly to Drexel. But just bear in mind, if you do utilize that option, all Drexel is saying is we'll defer the balance. You still have to settle it. You still have to get it settled and figure that part out your own. So if you get the reimbursement from your employer, take that money then and pay the bill. Don't always assume that the employer is going to take care of it for you. So that option has to be applied for each and every term you want to utilize it. And again, it's there if you have that employer assistance with your work or not. The reason being is because there's an application fee that goes along with it. I think it's a $30 application fee. So essentially Drexel is going to say, look, if you want to fill out an application and pay the fee, we'll defer your tuition. We don't really care if your employer has that arrangement with you or not. That option to apply, again, Drexel One, that's where you do it. Under the billing and financial aid tab, I believe there is a link there where you can submit the application electronically. So if you're utilizing that, my rule of thumb for students is to wait until you get that bill for the term. Don't do it as soon as the term starts or before you get a bill, because what would happen is if I register you for classes and then you immediately apply for deferment, the deferment's going to kick in before that bill generates on the 20th of the month. And the statement's going to come out and it's going to say, here's your balance for the term, $0. Saying $0 because the deferment's already there. And that's your official invoice for the term, an invoice that says $0. It'll itemize the cost of the classes of the term, the tuition for the term. It'll be listed on there, but the statement balance will say 0. And a lot of times employers will be like, well, why am I paying a $0 balance bill? So I would say wait for the bill to generate that shows you owe X amount of dollars for the term, then apply for the deferment. So at least you have that statement that clearly says, here's what I owe for the term. So again, each and every term you want to do that, you have to apply it. It's not like a one and done for the academic year. And financial aid, is how many plan on taking financial aid, borrowing loans to some extent? Okay. So in this flexible plan of study that we have, there's one real important point regarding the financial aid that you have to be made aware of. First of all, I should say that graduate students are automatically eligible for $20,500 unsubsidized Stafford loan each academic year, as long as you're a U.S. citizen. That should be automatic pretty much as long as you fill out the FAFSA and all the verification requirements that they're asking for. But each academic year, you should be eligible for that. When you apply for the FAFSA and you get approved for that loan, Drexel is going to ask, well, which terms do you plan on being enrolled this year? So we know when to accept the disbursement funds from the federal government. And you have to indicate to Drexel, well, here are the terms I plan on taking classes. If it's fall term, we're in fall term. So if you plan on being enrolled fall through summer, you have to indicate fall through summer I'll be enrolled. And you have to indicate how many credits you anticipate taking each term. And this is an important point because to be eligible for a federal aid disbursement, you have to be enrolled in at least half time, which in the graduate world is 4.5 credits. So if you plan on being enrolled, but you only plan on taking one class, that's anywhere from maybe 2 to 3 credits, you're under that 4.5 credit threshold to be eligible for aid disbursements, and you won't be able to receive the aid disbursement for that year. The way that the funds disperse to the school is the government takes the money and they don't give it to you all at once and they say feed off of this is what you got. They actually say, okay, well, we're going to cut this in quarters if you're here fall through summer, and we're going to earmark $5,100 for the fall, $5,100 for the winter, etc. So if you come registration time, if you don't hit the 4.5 credits for the fall, you're not going to get that $5,100 that was tagged for that term. Same thing for the winter or spring. So you have to be enrolled in at least 4.5 credits each term to get that aid disbursement. So just keep that in mind. So FAFSA applications must be submitted as well as that institutional aid application each academic year. You plan on applying for aid. And again, the institutional aid application is available and accessible through Drexel One. So, going through all that, does anyone have any questions about billing, financial aid, registration, anything that we spoke about? That was kind of a quick, condensed version. We sent about 1 billion emails over the past couple weeks that probably hit upon a lot of it, but now's your opportunity to ask any questions if you have questions about anything, really. I think we're doing all right with time, too.
Yeah.
I think the recording may have stopped if anyone's watching virtually. If it hasn't stopped, it's ending very soon, so I think we squeezed in everything we need to say.
I just want a question about the plan of study, which was like term 4, and it said that there's a residency, I guess it's an optional residency elective.
Correct.
Can you describe that? Is that the summer, is that the international thing, or that's not, that's set aside?
I don't think that's actually, I think what they're calling in this, what we're indicating as a residency elective is they do have like a midpoint, this is the midpoint consulting option.
The summer residencies, yeah.
Yeah, so during the summer, then the Dornsife Office for Experiential Learning says, we're running these residencies that are based on their consulting projects, and they're delivered as a residency format. So if you want to take that as one of your electives, you can. So I think when we indicate their residency elective, then it's the specific, consulting one. But yeah, the international residencies, they're technically considered a concentration course, which is an elective, but we're just not indicated. I think that would technically fall under just the regular elective one too. And those, I think Kelsey, our colleague, said winter and summer terms are typically offered.
I didn't know if it was, additional.
Yeah, no. I would recommend, if you guys are able to take residency classes when available, take them. It's a good way to knock out a whole class in a weekend, or in an international case in like a week. It's a lot better than taking a class for 8 to 10 weeks long, if possible. So if you're able to get to campus, then do so. I'm not sure if Kelsey mentioned this, because she was in a mixed population, but in the online program, and I'm talking about the international residencies right now, the cost for the international residencies is built into the tuition. So you don't have to pay for the additional fees that are tacked on when you take those classes. Everything's built into the tuition. So all you have to do is get yourself there. So buy the airfare, and then I think there's a $300 program fee that goes along with it. So really, the airfare plus $300, and then whatever tuition you pay. Then you're able to go on the international trips. The other programs, they pay the tuition, the airfare, and then there's a pretty significant fee that goes along with it. It's like $1,000 or $2. So here, we kind of built it in for you guys. So international residencies are a great option, and I would encourage all the online students to take it, but residencies in general, just a nice way to bang on a course. So again, if you're looking to be eligible for financial aid, and you don't want to take like 3 online concurrent classes, a residency class is a nice way to just bang one out, so it feels like you're only taking 1 or 2 at a time.
So are there more than what's up here, which?
Yeah, we indicated that one consulting one in that, midpoint there, but I mean, there are going to be other options available, and we would indicate it when we reach out and say, here's what your choices are. Yeah. Yeah.
With respect to that, do you know if, with taking what's up there for term 1, would we qualify for the winter international?
That's a good question. I don't know if it's too soon, right?
Yeah, so you have to wait till your second, like till you're at least towards the end of your program. A lot of times what happens is you go on these international residencies, and I'm sure Kelsey explained, but you end up having to, you go on business visits and listen to lectures. So we want you to at least have a good amount of your MBA completed before you go into these, because you're expected to participate, ask questions, and then part of the residency also is like group work and things like that you'll have to have these basic required courses to be able to.
So I don't think they list like prereqs for it, but I think it's like they encourage that you have a couple of terms under your belt before they take it. Yeah. So it might not be next term that you're available, but I do believe that in the summer quarter you should be available. I think the summer trip option is Portugal. And then I should point out that you can only take that class once. So a lot of people think like, I'll just take it 4 times, it'd be great. Yeah, but it's INTB 790 is the course, so it's like you're retaking the same course. So. Yeah, I thought I'd get that out there. I had the same thought when I first heard about these classes. Any other questions about anything? Plan of study, the process, the registration process, or anything that we talked about or didn't talk about? No.
And like Christian said too, when registration opens and we send you that email, just make sure you reach out to us as soon as possible, just because the longer you wait, the more likely the classes will fill up and you might not get a seat. So the minute we reach out, try to get back to us as soon as possible to make sure we can get you in the classes that you want.
Okay. Well, on that note, I think we're
Yeah.
probably done then.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys want to real quick, you'll be working together, and I know not everybody got a chance to talk to each other, so maybe quick introductions, name, where you're from, where you went to school, what do you do, kind of thing.
Do you want to start left to go to right?
Yeah, let's
start
start left to
Donna.
right.
Okay,
Started.
Donna.